Welcome to the final part 4 of your Introduction to Internal Auditing. Part 4 consists of a crossword and some additional presentations which we haven't had time to go through. Your presentations will appear as static models along with a detailed narrative.
Let's have a quick look at this idea of what is and what's not acceptable in terms of the sort of work audit may get involved in. We know that audit's both an assurance and an advisory service, which means all kinds of projects can often get referred to us. The question is, how far can we go when doing extra work for management so as not to undermine our independence? We can't just do anything requested by managers without giving some thought to this point. One way of addressing this tricky question comes from an excellent model prepared by the IIA some time ago on the audit role in enterprise risk management. Starting with the bottom of our model, there are core audit roles on the left, there are legitimate audit roles with safeguards in place, and there are services towards the right of the model that internal audit shouldn't really get involved in. Have a look at each of the examples ranging from left to right and note their position in the model. The further you go from left to right, the more you stumble into unacceptable audit work. The left represents sound audit work, while other tasks referred by senior management may be going too far to the right. You can provide help and support as well as formal assurances to management, but you cannot become responsible for managing risk. Doing this creates problems as you may get assimilated into a line management role, which means you cannot deliver audit assurances in these areas. They represent temporary roles, and your chief auditor will need to spell out the implications of performing non-audit work and publish an agreed plan to transition and pass on the responsibility in due course. Meanwhile, the board should be told about any safeguards required. If auditors are asked to help rectify a serious data breach that has just emerged, we will want to help out. But we need to be careful about taking over responsibility for data security without issuing caveats. And if auditors are asked to lead on updating the contingency plan, any subsequent planned audit of contingency arrangements will either need to be postponed or carried out by an external party. You may want to think about the sort of things that involve taking on too many extra responsibilities without planning a way out. It's not easy being an auditor. Most jobs involve doing what the top team ask for. For professional internal auditors, this isn't always possible, at least not in the long term. In this way, audit are a bit special, as it can't be seen as a spare resource waiting around to swing into action whenever something goes wrong. One way of considering the role of internal auditing is to align it closely with the board's responsibilities for ensuring good governance, risk and control management, starting with the relevant corporate governance code that describes regulations for bodies such as listed companies, smaller enterprises, public bodies, not-for-profit outfits and governing trusts. Governance structures include all those arrangements to ensure a reasonable degree of compliance with the relevant governance code, including boardroom arrangements, splitting the CEO and chair's roles, codes of conduct, audit and other committees, non-executives, internal and external audit cover, and so on. Which brings us to disclosure arrangements. Stakeholders who invest in or are simply impacted by an organisation thrive on useful information that's published by the entity, including the annual report, the audited accounts, and disclosures relating to issues such as social and environmental impacts, as well as governance issues such as data security and AI standards. Moving to the left of our model, all large organisations will have a suitable internal control framework that sets out its vision for staying in control, providing a roadmap for how business units, projects, partners and systems come together through suitable corporate policies and control procedures. Your risk management strategy should include your entire organisation's policies, systems, projects and procedures, and will focus on the strategy for addressing unacceptable levels of risk, with a focus on being agile enough to deal with rapid change and ongoing uncertainties. One major component of the risk management process is appropriately derived key internal controls that need to be firmly in place and working, and also properly complied with. All our components underpin the adopted business strategy, alongside approved budgets and a sensible performance system. Controls will need to focus on new risks as the strategy responds to its changing landscape. A well-governed business depends on a dynamic business strategy, which is at the bottom right, which includes an ethical business culture. Your audit role is to provide a well-reasoned running commentary on the adequacy of the governance, risk and control processes that are in place, which is why audit should be alert to each component of our model, so it's able to report on which aspects are working well and which aspects need more management attention. When considering the sort of assurances management depends on to ensure risk is being properly addressed, it's possible to ask management whether they have achieved 10 A's when their teams review their risks, based on awareness assurances, adherence to standards, alerted to new risks, advice, action needed, assistance, answers to concerns, accountabilities. And lastly, number 10, adding value. The end result of the assurance-based approach to developing an audit strategy is the required audit assurance and advisory services, which will include the enterprise risk-based audits, consulting projects, anti-fraud work, compliance audits, thematic reviews, data searches, special investigations, and the other audit services that focus on unmitigated risks, all of which will come together in reviewing the risk management arrangements put in place by management and determining whether they're working and whether they can be improved. Just to add to the debate, we could argue that good governance depends on 7 lines of defence. Stakeholders who engage with and challenge the entity to be fair and achieve more with less. A balanced, ethical, and experienced board supported by executive teams who drive the corporate aims, committees promoting good governance, published accounts and reliable external auditing. Dynamic executives, a clear strategy, good managers, teams and associates. A formal risk management process supported by compliance and control teams. A robust performance system that drives and guides the business. And lastly, 7, a well-resourced and competent internal audit function that reviews the above. Audits able to report their formal aggregate assurances via the annual audit report to the organisation. We've set out 3 questions that audits may want to deal with. The risk management process, focusing on key controls, risks outside the agreed risk appetite, and the wider concept of risk culture. The annual report may be presented to the board via the audit committee and will tend to have 2 main components. It should set out and discuss the audit achievements with reference to the annual audit plan, and provide an assurance on the state of governance, risk management, and controls. The quarterly audit report will go into more detail as it deals with shorter timeframes. Each audit engagement will be carried out in response to what's happening at the time, taking into account the extent to which effective risk management arrangements have been put in place by management. Let's have a quick look at audit assurances. Audit's work should fit into the wider assurance map of significant risks, featuring input from sources such as management reviews, whistleblowers, complaints, internal investigations, and specialist teams such as risk management, business transformation, compliance, health and safety, and cybersecurity. The assurance regime may be set within the 3 lines of defence model. The first line being executives, senior management and support, and frontline staff, who are in charge of managing risks in their areas of responsibility. The second line is the various risk management, compliance teams and control units that lead on specialist high-risk aspects of the business. And lastly, you, the internal auditor, who reviews the first and second lines before reporting independently to the board and audit committee. As a top-down driver, the board will be able to define the level and range of assurances it needs to rely on. This driver can be used to inform the adopted audit strategy, which should start and finish with what the board needs to help it become successful. Audit's opinion acts as a key control over the board's entire governance arrangements and the assurances it relies on. In this way, it's the ultimate fail-safe mechanism in protecting the organisation's governance, risk management, and control processes. The idea is to adopt a suitable audit strategy for dealing with the first and second lines of defence that are applied in different parts of the organisation. For risk-mature business units, internal audit should stand back and appraise risk management. For risk-immature business teams, internal audit should champion risk management practices and help management make it work. Where the team is pretty reckless, internal audit should challenge poor risk management practices. Another interpretation of the audit assurance role is that it helps promote business growth by pointing to areas that can be exploited where risks are suitably constrained. In other words, where more risk can be embraced by transformational business managers. Management's risk and control assessments relate to the way teams review their business to ensure risks are fully understood and controls work to keep critical risks in check as far as possible. While the auditor's job is to independently review the risk management process, including efforts by line management and their work teams to self-assess their current arrangements. Auditors are well versed in auditing activities to ensure they work well, while also advising management where appropriate. Operational teams, in contrast, sit within the core business reporting line, which means they will have an intimate knowledge of their business, but they may not be skilled in formally assessing their risks and making sure controls are sound. And when performing this task, they have little real objectivity. When comparing these two different roles, there will be a credibility gap between credibility in understanding the business context, constraints and systems, and credibility in objectively applying professional standards to reviewing these arrangements. One approach is for audit to consider the way management have carried out their reviews and drill down into their efforts before deciding how reliable they are. The ensuing audit can then bring a fresh eye to the control arrangements in place by seeking reliable evidence regarding the reliability of the risk management process. In this way, audit's credibility results from its expertise in being able to professionally review any activity in any part of the organisation. The concept of the audit manual is based around the need to implement the global internal auditing standards, along with the agreed methodologies that need to be in place to run the audit function. We've developed a simple framework to capture some of the principles behind successful manuals. Let's list the 4 main planks of our model. Resourcing the manual. Ensuring it's accepted as reasonable for the audit staff, that the manual is used properly by auditors. And lastly, its use and revisions are part of the quality assurance process, which means an experienced audit manager should produce and maintain the manual. And this task can be rotated, say, every quarter or 6 months. The manual should be part of the way people work and discussed at team meetings whenever procedures are revised. Its proper use should be monitored so that it's understood and adopted, particularly for newly appointed staff who should be taken through it in their orientation training. And the manual should drive the supervisory audit's quality reviews of audit work as it's prepared, as well as the chief auditor's sign-off. The requirement to comply with the manual should be included in job descriptions. We come now to the wider idea of quality assurance. This involves important tools such as supervision, internal and external reviews, along with a learning environment based around continuous improvement. The audit manual should sit inside the quality assurance system as representing the procedures that are applied by audit management. Is there anything missing from our model? Let's put one more item into play. The way audit ensures its procedures help contain the risks that could undermine its success. A good audit team will hold regular breakout sessions where audit staff, lead auditors, and audit managers get together and work through new developments to ensure procedures are sharp and up to date. The CAE will want to consider these new ideas from the team and revise the audit manual to stay ahead. Say an auditor attends an important conference. They may come back with ideas to refocus some of the working practices. Or an audit manager may notice a recurring problem with the way audits are completed that calls for a review of relevant bits of the manual. These sort of events can be considered part of the audit risk management process that promotes a dynamic learning environment. In this way, the audit manual becomes a living document that demonstrates how things are done at work, covering all aspects of the way audit is governed, managed and performed, as well as important issues such as conduct, confidentiality, reporting lines, independence and the way each type of engagement will be performed and reviewed, essentially bringing to life the way in which global auditing standards have been employed. If audit procedures change, so will the manual. And if there are inadequacies in the way audit work is planned, performed and reported, then the manual will need to be changed to tighten things up. The bottom line is that the audit manual is a key part of the risk management process used by the chief auditor to ensure the risk of things going wrong are contained. Now for a bit about marketing, the audit service. There's a clear link between marketing and the overall audit strategy, and many strategic decisions will have an impact on internal audit's own marketing action plan. As a result, audit's strategic plan should also incorporate the marketing plan, and revisions to strategy may well affect the way internal audit is marketed. This plan should provide various options for different types of audit services, and whether each one should be expanded, constricted, revised, or simply maintained. Marketing plans can form the basis of discussions at CAE and audit managers' meetings that should be held regularly. There is always the direct threat of competition from external providers of audit services. There will have to be some preparation in assessing the environment, as different firms bid for various contracts as they fall available. To this end, an analysis of the current market can be a useful exercise and provide important information that can be fed into the marketing strategy. We would be concerned with entry barriers that stop new suppliers entering the market for internal audit services, including those that depend on AI apps to perform some of the more basic audit tasks, competitors' reactions to the contracts that may become available for competition, and whether they have expressed an interest in submitting a bid, competitors' strengths and weaknesses in comparison to what may be provided by the existing audit unit. It may be possible to develop a competitor's intelligence system or subscribe to a service that regularly provides this type of analysis. Essentially, the results will provide an insight into the types of decisions about the improvements required to make the in-house service better placed to deal with any possible competitors. Internal audit is like most business services, where there is a need to continually review and sharpen its offerings to fit changing expectations. But is marketing the audit service as simple as that? Internal auditing functions can face a real threat to their independence, where they're asked to reconcile two drivers that can appear to be, at times, in conflict: keeping the client happy and reviewing governance, risk, and control processes. The client might wish to have internal audit perform a series of advisory and consultancy projects generated by ad hoc problems that managers may experience from time to time. While professional auditing standards seek to promote audits that involve reviews of governance, risk management, and control processes as a service to the entire organisation, which is a much wider concept. The conflict arises where problems referred to audit by management result from inadequacies in controls. The act of propping up management reinforces the view that management needn't concern itself about controls, and that if there are control faults, audit can be brought in to solve any ensuing problems. The audit charter should make clear that consultancy and advisory services are provided in addition to mainline audit assurance work. Formal definitions of each type of audit service will be required, along with an explanation that makes clear the differences. Audit assurance services would be based around planned risk-based system reviews, whilst advisory work consists of any other services that the client may require. Some planned, but others in response to a pressing need. These additional services shouldn't necessarily mean that the audit plan isn't completed. Advisory services should be separately resourced so as not to detract resources away from the audit plan. The approved audit plan is a contract with the organisation, and each agreed engagement should ideally be delivered on time. Consultancy and advisory services, on the other hand, consist of contracts with individual managers scattered throughout the organisation. Where management referrals highlight the presence of control weaknesses in particular areas, the inbuilt flexibility of audit plans should allow these plans to be adjusted as a result of changing control priorities resulting from new and emerging risks. As such, management problems aren't simply ignored, and if these relate to poor controls, then audit plans should be adjusted so that high-risk audits are featured. The internal auditor will need to balance the assurance and advisory arms of audit work in a way that makes best sense. And where there's a conflict between the two roles, this must be resolved, but in the end, assurance work and the need to report all key impacts on the ability to understand and manage risk to an acceptable degree should reign supreme. The mix of services that's provided by the internal audit team is derived through the agreed audit strategy that in some respects is a melting pot of many things, such as the audit role, the scope of work, and how services should be best delivered, along with the requirements of professional auditing standards, quality assurance, and the three main drivers of audit work, the governance, risk, and control processes, all of which comes together in the guise of what needs to be delivered to the organisation. Rudyard Kipling's 6 questions can be used to develop the right range of audit services. What should we be doing? Why are we doing these things? When will these services be delivered? How will they be performed? Where will this happen? And who will do the required work? That is, what, why, when, how, where, and who. The CAE and the audit management team have an important job to do. They have to make sure the audit process is focused on adding value and responding to events so that it has a reputation of being entirely successful. But is this enough? We believe that audit's like any other professional service in that it must respond to the unique needs of the business, which depends on getting the best from their various corporate teams. And as such, there should be some sort of marketing strategy in place. Each audit unit will have their own approach to this task. There are several different approaches in our model to ensuring audit services are fit for purpose. The production concept seeks to minimise the costs of the audit. That is the number of hours spent on each individual engagement. Taking the view that as long as the audit plan is delivered within budget, then all is well. The product concept concentrates more on the audits themselves and suggests that so long as audit works good and performed in line with the requirements of quality standards, then everything will be fine. While the selling concept is interesting, as it suggests the main concern is that the client is happy to absorb the various recharges for audit services and that the audit budget gets approved by the board each year. However, the marketing concept is much wider and takes on board all relevant factors, including the range of information that can be used to help drive audit's priorities, services, and deliverables. No matter how efficient or professional the audit work is, if audit isn't meeting client expectations, then its future isn't assured. Regardless whether the audit plan is completed, if this doesn't add value to the organisation, then there will be problems. There are many professional firms who offer internal audit services, if required, which compete with in-house teams. The need to understand these expectations may come as a surprise to those who don't believe audit works for anyone. Because audit is independent, it cannot simply do various tasks requested by client groups, although senior management are normally consulted when developing audit plans. Remember, audit is an assurance and advisory activity, and these two roles should be balanced with care. There are many sources of information that can be used to feed the audit marketing strategy. Let's quickly skip through just some of these sources on the left of our model. Level of complaints from clients, feedback from auditors on management's views, internal reports that mention internal audit, formal responses from the audit committee, results of the formal client survey, surveys of competitors, the audit website and messages received, informal contacts with employees and associates. Many strategic decisions will have an impact on the marketing plan, which should be discussed and reviewed at regular audit manager meetings. Everything that happens to internal audit affects its image in the organisation. Because the marketing approach is multifaceted, it takes the view that we must first find out what's required by the organisation and then aim to meet these requirements. Without impairing audit independence, each audit outfit will have their own version of core and additional audit services. And this variety creates a rich and deep role for the team, driven by what's best for the organisation and what's best for the many stakeholders on the right of our model, including the main board, the audit committee, the chief executive officer and director of finance, senior management and business leads, frontline staff, agents and associates, external audit, business owners and investors, and other key players such as customers, partners and regulators. The main board and their audit committee will want a quality service from their auditors that makes their life easier. And they will want regular reports on plans, progress, problems and assurances. Professional standards on the role and scope of internal auditing are also important as they create a crucial framework that's seen as a global standard. This, along with the governance, risk and control remit, creates a platform upon which the audit service may be built. While the CAE will be the lead figure in setting out how audit services will be delivered and what they cover. An experienced and skilled chief auditor will spend a great deal of time focusing on the resource and direction needed to deliver the right range of services which enhance the audit image, much of which will come from engaging with senior management about their concerns, their priorities, and their principal worries, which means many factors play a role in establishing what audit stands for. Along with the sources of information we've already listed, each audit team will want to fit their role into the type of organisation they service and its unique context. As is often said, no one size fits all. The marketing concept is all-embracing in that it takes on board all relevant sources of information that can be used to help drive priorities and deliverables that underpin a professional and well-respected audit service. Let's explore this idea of the audit image, which sits at the bottom of our model. In some organisations, audit is seen as a naughty word. It conjures up negative images of a hit squad of inspectors storming across the business, recommending cuts, more responsibility, loads of bureaucracy, and investigating people who are causing problems for management. So much so that some auditors may feel reluctant to talk about their work, as it's hard to explain how it involves being constructive and helping the business deal with their problems. The reality is that auditors have to be skilled in dealing with people by focusing on real business issues and not just technical detail. Internal auditors who fail to recognise that the most fundamental control is the risk management process itself will necessarily perform substandard work. The ability to step into the risk management process is a major achievement, while balancing the need to understand business management with the equally important need to fulfil their professional obligation, not to subordinate their judgment on audit matters to that of others. To overcome the historical basis of internal auditing, there are times that the auditor will need to explain the audit role to a client who doesn't appreciate the way auditing has grown over the years. The old approach of snooping on local offices and outlets to find out what staff are doing has given way to a much more professional approach, as it's management's job to know what its people are doing by putting sensible controls in place. It's important to explain how audit assists management, as if not, this can create a mystique surrounding the audit role that may be fostered by an uncommunicative internal auditor. On a wider front, the relationship with the audit committee and the board is a major factor in the success of the audit function. The committee constitutes a principal audit client, although the real support for audit comes from middle management who run the systems on a day-to-day basis, making sure to avoid the view that internal audit is a poor cousin of external audit, who helps out with detailed checking whenever required. Auditors who feel that hostile management has something to hide will perpetuate a cycle where they probe, management resists, they probe harder, and so on. Fear and hostility may result from managers being unsure of the audit role and how it should be geared into their objectives and needs, and it's here that the auditor may in fact have caused the poor relationships. Problems will ensue where auditors are convinced that they are advisors who help management, while some managers see them only as checkers, making sure the system works. This results from a mismatch between words and deeds, where assurances are given to staff, whilst at the same time searching for any errors that may be spotted no matter how unimportant. The resulting audit report will not be influential if this reflects an obsession with error-seeking. Internal audit departments can have a poor reputation that no marketing plan can overcome. This will affect the type of contact that is had with other members of the organisation, since one has to earn rather than demand respect. This can only be overcome by ensuring each and every auditor applies professional auditing standards, which includes the code of conduct, and seeks to become a skilled but firm diplomat. Taking a wider view in the middle of our model, we show the problem where internal audit emphasises data analysis, and compliance checks their focus may imply that the underpinning system controls are more or less okay. It's just that the occasional error needs to be found by analysing data streams. It gets worse, where audit spends a great deal of time responding to requests for urgent investigations into problems and concerns. Many such analytical work may well be replaced by an AI-based app sometime in the far or not so far future. Asking questions such as, how many errors are there? What inconsistencies are there between systems A and B? And what red flags come up in this unit? Can be readily undertaken by a machine, with no time left to complete reviews of business systems, where people, information, and events come together to deliver something. In this environment where the focus is on finding errors, this may well be because their organisation's in a state of constant panic, where daily problem solving is the norm. Where this approach becomes embedded into the culture of the organisation, the audit success criteria is set within the number of errors or infringements that can be found, as opposed to measures for improving the way risk is being identified and managed. This error industry approach is based on the need to isolate problems that result from weak systems, while the poor risk culture that leads to such breaches is allowed to flourish. Many corporate scandals over the last few decades were the result of corporate and team cultures where frequent control breaches were tolerated. Solutions based on using an army of compliance checkers does not promote growth as a "let's catch 'em" attitude sets an intimidatory tone across the organisation, where there's no attempt to deal with poorly controlled systems. Controls tend to break down when they're not reviewed on a regular basis. This is where internal audit can come to the rescue by refocusing their efforts, where they help promote better accountability and a view that business units, support functions, and all projects and partnerships need to employ sound internal controls that mitigate risks to successful working arrangements, with a focus on people and how they behave to get the right things to happen in the right way. Where internal auditors break free from constant firefighters used to prop up inefficient business processes, they can direct their fire towards a more strategic, risk-based approach that can drive a better and more respected business models that anticipate and deal with significant risks in a more dynamic way. There are many different ways of performing audit work, and a consideration of two different approaches may be helpful in understanding the way audit programs can be used. We've used two approaches to audit work, being enterprise risk management-based in contrast to compliance-based approaches. Compliance and probity audits focus on testing transactions generated by corporate and local systems in conjunction with an audit program that's formulated at the engagement planning stage, which may well mean using data analytics that sweeps the database looking for anything that infringes a compliance criteria that the auditor sets, resulting in a list of inconsistencies that will need to be explored. For enterprise risk-based work, this detailed testing program can only be defined after the risk management process has been ascertained and the state of risk and controls has been subject to an initial assessment. Data sweeps may still be used, but only where they target high-risk parts of the system. The required work for a risk-based audit is better described as an audit guide that determines the testing required to focus on controls that guard against the latest range of key risks that have been ascertained. We can now get to the audit program that will include tasks, target dates, and perhaps a progress checklist for each of the stages of the audit engagement. Not only will it be used as a monitoring tool, but as each task is carried out, the date completed and reviewed can be entered on a schedule which provides a comprehensive record of the work. The audit techniques may then be identified, and this may affect the type of auditors that need to be assigned. Statistical sampling, flow charting, interviewing, data profiling, product inspection, third-party circularization, and other techniques can be planned whenever they are required. The program for risk-based work will focus on high-risk parts of the activity and the way key controls that guard against these risks are working, while compliance-based programs will aim at anything that does not meet the system expectations. Once the program is in place, resourcing the required work can be assessed early on, so the right skills can be assigned to the job or secured, or the engagement can be suspended if they can't be resourced. The audit program should be formally signed off by the audit manager to constitute an approved work plan for the field auditors. When we talk about audit competence, there are many technical skills that an auditor has to acquire to be fully professional. But what about the personal qualities an auditor needs to make a real impact at work? A rounded individual is able to quickly understand problems and help solve them. Let's examine audit competence in terms of personal qualities needed to work in audit teams, where there's a heightened expectation from senior executives and board members who look to their auditors for advice on managing their crucial risk and control architecture. We'll quickly go through them, starting with analytical. You need to be able to stand back and analyze factors that, together, comprise a dynamically changing system, and understand complex relationships with their various system interactions, while extracting evidence of good and not so good aspects. Much of this analysis is aided by sound audit techniques and the use of automated applications, driven by your ability to analyze and review your findings. Being analytical is about understanding priorities and impacts of different parts of an activity. In essence, it's about being precise in evaluating data and drawing conclusions. You need to be able to do this to perform credible audit work. Critical is our next personal attribute. We don't mean being unduly negative or too harsh in simply criticizing people in an annoying way. What we're talking about is being critical in being able to form an overall opinion on whether something is good or bad, whether it's working well or not. When we say that someone is being critical in everyday usage, we frequently mean that they're expressing a harsh evaluation of a person or decision. We mean it as expressing an opinion. It involves making a judgment based on sound evidence by applying our previous attribute of analysis. It goes wrong where an auditor worries about forming an opinion for fear being seen as judgmental. You'll have to judge your evidence and make a firm decision. But after balancing both good and less good positions, let's look at being systematic. There are no shortcuts to doing good audit work. We all work to deadlines where time is limited, but you have to apply a disciplined approach. You'll want to ask yourself whether you've done enough work and covered all the bases, which is about being systematic, much of which is based on using the methodology adopted by your audit team, and having clear objectives and a plan that you stick to. When you complete an engagement, you'll want to be able to trace each conclusion back to your analysis and the evidence that you examined, while being able to explain how and why you extracted and examined this evidence. Being systematic is about being logical, thorough, and careful. Are you fair? Are you able to be critical in a way that is impartial with no bias? And do you have an open mind when approaching your reviews? These things are essential. To test yourself, you'll want to ensure you disclose anything that you believe might influence your ability to be critical in a fair manner. A great deal of advice is found in your code of ethics, which is more than a document. It's a guide to the way you can have an honest belief in your work and what you stand for. Being approachable is another useful personal attribute. Internal audits cannot be done in the audit office with no contact with management and staff. Audit is based on providing sound advice to management. The auditor requires a good understanding of the client's systems as a necessary prerequisite to doing effective audit work. Good risk management and sound controls is really about people and the culture in place. The truly effective auditor is one who's able to extract all the required information from whatever source in an efficient manner. This requires talking to people, asking questions, and securing assistance throughout the audit process, and people skills should be carefully applied. When people are happy to approach you, you can turn a good audit into a superb one that drills below the waterline into the culture in place in the area you're reviewing, which means being approachable. And as you pursue your career, you'll find that the most important thing above all is to be courageous, which means however pleasant you are, however fair and approachable you are, you don't back down when pursuing an important audit issue. You stand your ground and disclose the truth, even if this isn't what others want to hear. At the same time, internal auditors should be brave enough to assume an educational role in promoting the right risk culture, while retaining a focus on highlighting areas of excessive risk-taking and deciding where controls cannot cope and need to be strengthened. There's so much involved in being a good auditor. You should be able to understand people, what motivates them, and how to work with busy managers who may not want you there. But getting on with people doesn't mean agreeing with everyone and everything. There are times you'll have to stand firm and agree to disagree. You may need to probe and challenge and insist you get an answer that makes sense. As an auditor, your considered opinion defines your role. Bearing in mind our attributes, you may want to prepare your own personal development plan to move closer to achieving the personal qualities we've mentioned. Here are some of the things that may help. Have a look at them and talk to your manager about the way your unit defines competence and the underlying attributes. Good training is self-managed, where you seek information based on a framework agreed with your manager. Introductory audit training for new starters is a good way of getting new auditors to understand some of the basics. One way of developing your skills is to spend time checking your audit manual, so you know exactly how audit works progress through the adopted methodology and computer applications that are used by the team. Coaching and mentoring from people in audit or otherwise can help you navigate your personal development staircase. On-the-job development through a solid audit senior is a great way to learn and develop the right skills and behaviours that make for a good auditor. You'll want to bank your experiences as the most important part of your personal development. A good audit team will have whiteboards and team portals where new developments can be brainstormed as and when required. Another approach is to load videos or updates on the shared drive when a new procedure or new hot topic emerges. The good old staff email can also be used to update the team or explain a new routine to staff. The way your audits are supervised should play into your personal development through dynamic feedback whenever required or requested. Courses that cover specific areas of interest are another way of sharpening your skill set. Face-to-face contact and online courses are a valuable way of getting to grips with important topics while working through case studies and discussion points. Audit and other conferences are useful, whether they are online or face-to-face. They represent a great way of hearing from top people about new developments and specialist topics, which could be about your industry, your business, or the audit world. You'll be able to network and build important new contacts. Once you have an audit qualification, continuing professional development is about keeping up to date, which can include some of the things we have included here. Some staff are temporarily attached to the audit team. Others may be assigned to an important audit project as they possess specialist skills. Each development plan will have to fit the needs of each person. There will be many auditors who are determined to pursue a career in internal auditing, and they should aim at passing relevant professional qualifications, as well as undertaking each of the other things noted here. Auditors, like any other team, should have performance targets and be measured in terms of achieving formal goals and personal aspirations. This acts as a key control over the way people deliver at work, and this needs to reflect creative activity as well as basic work tasks to get the job done. The ideal internal auditor will have a range of skills, knowledge, and experience. Unfortunately, there are still a few more traditional audit teams locked into a never-ending annual cycle of performing standardized checks over basic business processes. Creativity in audit work is about taking things a step further and looking at things with new eyes, as suggested by Albert von Szent-Györgyi, who said, "Discovery consists of seeing what everybody has seen and thinking what nobody has thought." In this environment, performance depends on good communications between audit managers and their staff, as they explore complex issues such as the cause of poor business processes, overly complex systems, inconsistent procedures, and other sources of operational risk. Having high expectations of audit team members means giving them stretched targets in terms of the level of difficulty. To unlock creativity in experimentation, looking at things anew. While at the same time venturing into complex systems depends on having good support from the audit management team and supervising auditors, where mistakes can be made as the auditor embarks on demanding work, where targets are extremely demanding but the level of support is low. Negative stress may arise where it becomes all too much, and there's a risk of burnout. Where targets are so low they create no real pressure to perform, and the auditor situated towards the bottom left may experience disengagement, where work is viewed as turning up to clock in a 9-to-5 day or working from home and doing the minimum to get by. Playtime happens where there is loads of support from audit managers, but no real demands to perform or excel, and a good time will be had by all. Performance management should create a positive challenge, encouraging auditors to perform and excel. That isn't to say that it should impose great pressures to solve major problems in a flash. Again, this position will turn into a disincentive in due course. Setting impossible targets can lead to great stress. Creativity can result from exerting pressure on people who enjoy a challenge. However, where this isn't the case, and the person feels threatened by these pressures, it becomes much more negative. The audit management team should spend some time considering the way targets impact on audit staff and whether they promote positive challenge and not negative influences. The aim is to set targets as positive challenges by a combination of support and personal goals. Each new audit is a chance to experiment with and learn new skills, which is particularly pertinent as useful new AI solutions spin out at an increasingly rapid pace, aimed at helping audit teams do so much more. We can't really have a strategy with performance targets without communicating this to all those expected to discharge it. This basic point is overlooked by some audit managers who see the strategic process as a matter for their audit management team meetings. The confusion comes about because some aspects of a strategy are confidential to outsiders. This may relate to unit costs of the services provided, or how any new competition or threats will be tackled, or how audit might seek to take over various associated functions relating to, say, risk or compliance teams. These issues may well be dealt with via a confidential business plan. Although this doesn't mean that the staff within the audit department shouldn't be advised, we should involve everyone in the strategic process. People mustn't only be sold on the ideas for directing the audit team, they should also help produce them by the practice of active involvement. Stakeholder expectations are met by the delivery of corporate objectives as defined by the board, and this should inform the aims and direction of the audit unit so that each and every audit engagement fits into the overall aims of the organisation and moves it forwards in some way. But is that enough? The Chief Audit Executive should also communicate the impact of any resource limitations and any involvement in non-audit activities. Once a strategy has been approved, we need to ensure that objectives cascade downwards as a component of implementing the new drive and direction. Group meetings, regular consultation, and vibrant breakout sessions all help to establish this principle. Away days and regular seminars held away from work all help produce this sense of engagement. Meanwhile, the audit strategy should also be communicated to the Board and Audit Committee for approval, and it should meet the requirements of IIA standards, which means the Chief Audit Executive should communicate the internal audit activities plans and resource requirements, including significant interim changes, to the Board for review and approval. In this way, it may be possible to ensure that each and every auditor is able to contribute to the achievement of corporate objectives in some way. This firm link is crucial to ensure good value add from the audit resource. One interesting approach is to give audit assurances on major themes that run across the organisation instead of just auditing distinct parts of the business. In this way, significant thematic risks such as compliance, cybersecurity, value for money, global partnering, business ethics, data privacy, fraud risk management, and performance management can be examined over set periods. The idea is that the behaviour and performance of each and every auditor fits into the overall push for a successful organisation. And each audit carried out will add to the overall picture. Let's run through a quick and simple model that tries to capture some of the issues relating to the development of an audit strategy. We start our model at the very top. Corporate aims set the agenda for the high-level decisions regarding the shape and size of the organisation now and in the future. Something that can be missed from audit strategy is to fix audit work firmly inside what the business is trying to achieve. Audit's there to help the organisation grasp successes and head off failures. The corporate strategy comes next, which means audits about helping management achieve success by telling them where strategic risks are under control and where this isn't the case. The Chief Audit Executive is there to tell the board which aspects of their assurance regime are reliable and which aren't. The key point is that audit strategy is both driven and informed by the organisational strategy, in terms of understanding where the business is going, and the sort of assurances the board needs to help make this as smooth a journey as possible. The direction audit take will be informed by the risk landscape that affects the organisation and the way it reacts to this ever-changing environment. It's this landscape that also drives the development of the audit strategy. The aim is to ensure decisions regarding the way audits planned, resourced and performed can be made by the audit management team. In this way, all audit work reflects the key risks that the business is facing, both when the risk landscape's calm and when it's much more volatile. The corporate risk landscape calls for corporate responses in terms of risk registers that the board can use to help them deal with uncertainty and future challenges. It is possible to use these risk logs to drive the way risk management is addressed in the audit strategy. It is also possible to consider the risk culture in the business and how far this fits the challenges from the risk landscape. The audit universe needs to reflect the realities of how the business navigates its landscape, in terms of where key risks sit and how audit will ensure these feature in their audit plans. In this way, all planned audit work can be broken down in a way that makes sense to the way audit plans can be built. One such breakdown could include suitable components such as key business groups and support teams, major reporting structures for the board, their committees and management teams, new projects and strategies that are coming online, important partners, associates and agents, key corporate themes such as culture, ethics, artificial intelligence, digital transformation, and environmental concerns, topical, emerging risks facing the type of business sector in question. The idea is to develop risk categories from the audit universe, where risk areas such as strategic, regulatory compliance, financial, operational, HR, safety, reputational, environmental, project, cyber, and third-party risks can be defined, which involves a mix of detailed analysis and constant interactions with senior managers and business leads. The chief auditor will need to spend a great deal of time talking to these key players in the organization to get to grips with the changing risk landscape before preparing the audit plans. Having done this, it's possible to define the required audit services and the underpinning procedures that should be adopted to deliver the range of services that will best target the current audit universe. This may include a balance of risk-based assurance work, fraud and compliance cover, cybersecurity reviews, special projects, distinct investigations, and various consulting engagements, and whatever else is needed to deliver your audit strategy. The key is to meet the expectations of key stakeholders. Some audit teams break their services into three main categories, such as risk-based audits, investigations, and general advisory work. In this way, everything you do at work should fit with your audit strategy. Each audit, review, project, assessment, meeting, and report should feed into what the business needs to stay in control. We come now to the need to compare the existing and required services and procedures currently in place to tackle the audit universe and assess whether there is a strategic gap that needs closing. This is about the staff, their grades, their expertise, and the analytical tools, applications, and procedures used to accomplish the audit mission. This part of the model is about analysing what the audit team currently has to offer and comparing this with the range and depth of services that audit needs to deliver to make a real difference. This is where the use of outside resources can be considered. If co-sourcing is done carefully, there can be a degree of synergy and learning as audit staff work alongside the external partners, and specialist skills can be brought in as and when needed. There are several different ways of securing the right resources to deliver the agreed audit strategy. A broad range of outside expertise can be brought in to support the in-house team in a co-sourcing arrangement, or the audit team may be fully in-house or mostly outsourced, so long as the CAE is ultimately responsible for the audit service and ensures the contract is retendered periodically. Using everything that's been done so far, it's possible to balance the services required to deliver the goods with what's already in place while keeping one eye on the competition, such as the various in-house teams who may feel they should lead on compliance, cyber, fraud, along with social and ethics risk reviews. One major consideration is the way audit use technology to enhance the service, the software. Analytical tools and new, more agile approaches create tremendous opportunities, including the increasing use of artificial intelligence, while at the same time, they become threats if not properly exploited. It would be wrong for the organisation to undergo frequent business transformations, while audits stood still and fell behind. Opportunities and threats can become strengths or weaknesses. The audit strategy will firm up the services to be delivered in terms of options that are available and possible additional services to add value to the business. It will also ensure the audit team builds on its strengths, seeks out new opportunities, and at the same time is able to sort out any weaknesses and threats. One crucial aspect of audit strategy will be the accompanying digital strategy, as this is fast becoming a critical success factor. The risk assessment of the audit universe should be ongoing, so factors such as boardroom concerns, historical problems, previous audit cover, and new and emerging new risks will help isolate the sort of things that audit should be looking at. Audit plans are an important product from the audit strategy. The annual plan of work will be approved by the board via their audit committee. As strategy changes, so should the plan to reflect new priorities, which means new and emerging risks will need to quickly appear on audit's agenda. The annual audit plan means the chief auditor should deliver what has been promised over the next 12 months, subject to review and revision, which is something to be measured against. Resources will need to be balanced against the required services. Things like vacation time, special projects and recruitment plans can all be fed into the annual plan that will be approved by the audit committee. Developing the audit strategy will involve talking to managers, partners, the board and senior people, which means the annual audit plan shouldn't come as a surprise when it's published. The planning process will build in extra capacity for consulting requests from management. A percentage will be shaved off resources for vacations and other staff absences. Planned engagements outlined in the audit plan, along with a percentage of resources for emerging risk issues, special investigations, special requests and follow-ups before it's finalised and published. The quarterly audit plans will cover each of the 13-week periods, which means they can go into much more detail, scheduling each project to individual auditors. A great control is monthly work plans, where audit staff have to account for what was completed each month. The main point of an audit strategy is to stay in control of what's going on in the audit team and whether it is having the right impact. When developing the internal audit plan, the CIE also considers any requests made by the board and/or senior management. It's also important to take on board the work of other reliable internal and external assurance providers. Implementation comes next. The strategy would need to be driven by the audit team, which is about talking to audit staff about what they do and how they work together. Regular staff meetings can help ensure the audit outfit is pulling in the same direction. Strategy isn't something that sits with senior staff. It should touch everyone. If you and your team don't know much about the current audit strategy, then it's not a strategy. Everyone should understand it, and more importantly, be able to feed their own views into it. Implementation deals with the realities of turning aspirations into action. Solid performance indicators can be used to measure the success of this implementation. It means thinking about how much time is charged to active audit jobs. Some teams set targets such as 80% of all audit time is for direct jobs, with the remainder for indirect activity such as time off, training, and admin tasks. Other teams have a contingency for unforeseen tasks or additional and ad hoc consulting work. Once the audit strategy is in place, it must be kept under constant review. As corporate strategy changes, so must the audit strategy flex to ensure there is a best future fit. The audit quality assurance program will also feed into the strategy where improvements in performance is required. The CAE will need to spend a great deal of time talking to key players in the organisation to get to grips with the changing risk landscape before preparing the audit plans. We all accept that dynamic auditing means being responsive to the volatile risk landscape, and as it changes, so does the strategy and the resulting audit plans. It's all about engaging with senior managers alongside constant review and refocusing priorities. The audit time management system will typically be an application that records and reports auditors' time against the set plans. There are normally at least 3 main components that must feature in the system for it to work. The planned hours for each audit job, along with details of each one, the job code for the jobs, the auditor's time charging inputs. It's not just a question of buying a time management system. The underlying procedures must be carefully thought through to suit the way the audit universe is defined and the best way to provide reports to audit management. The board will want loads of information from their internal auditors, and again, this will need to be integrated into the reporting module. Watch out for detailed analysis paralysis, where you try to get too much information from the system that becomes unmanageable. You simply need the right information at the right time, rather than an abundance of detailed reports that obscure the real issues. The audit time management information system should be covered by clear procedures that cover areas such as a method and frequency of charging time to specific audit jobs, a way of identifying variances from plan to actual hours through incorporating budgeted hours to each chargeable job, a method of charging hours to clients for work carried out and generating the supporting schedules, and covering invoice if needs be, which makes it important to identify a client for each job that's set up on the system, a method of establishing the status of each job with suitable messages and reports with stage indicators and control data that can be related to each member of the audit team, which means a billing system will be needed to take the hours on each job and translate them to internal charges for clients across the organisation. The actual to budget hours for each job is designed to create a dynamic force which drives each person to ensure they do their best at work and ensure they account for each job they work on within the agreed time frame. In terms of time charged and completion dates, and the way time is split between direct charges to audit jobs and non-chargeable work needs to be clearly recorded, as overheads such as training, planned absences, and general admin will have their own budget. Let's take a quick look at this idea of audit working papers. Audit testing tends to result in a great deal of material that's aimed at supporting the reported audit opinion and any associated recommendations. The test results, along with other material gathered throughout the audit process, will constitute audit evidence, which will be stored in suitable audit engagement folders that can be accessed on shared audit drives. Meanwhile, carefully thought through audit filing systems and documentary evidence underpin the professionalism of the audit process. These files contain working papers that document the information obtained, the analyses, review points, findings, and conclusions. They prove that engagement objectives have been achieved and verified through the Audit Quality Assurance and Improvement Programme. Working papers record audit evidence, which should be in line with several well-established attributes, in that they are sufficient, so that it's enough to satisfy the auditor's judgment or persuade management to make any changes advocated by audit. Relevant, in that it's directed to the audit objectives. Reliable, as being accurate and without bias. Practical, in terms of weighing up the benefits of obtaining the required evidence and the cost and time taken to obtain it. There is a wide variety of material that is gathered to support audit findings from testing, including things such as documents, reperformance by audit, analysis of figures, reconciliations, third-party confirmation, reports, vouching checks, verification, testimonials, images, e.g. photographs, and interview records. Now, for some of the features of good audit working papers, sets out the objectives of the work. All documentation should explain why it was prepared or secured, shows clarity. The working papers should be laid out clearly to promote their use during report writing and review of work. Indexed. The first enclosure of any file should always consist of an index to the information referred to and where they are held. Supports audit decisions and opinion. Referencing should be applied whereby the report held on file contains references to specific enclosures held in the working paper file. Standardization. Standardized documents act as checklists, forcing the auditor to cover specified areas during the course of completing the engagement. Where parts of the system haven't been addressed, this should be made clear, particularly where a different level of work would have been required. Cross-referenced. Working papers form a whole, in that together they tell the story of the audit, in terms of work carried out and resultant findings. Economically used. Schedules shouldn't be prepared for their own sake, but must relate to specific audit objectives. Headed up. The name of the audit, date, relevant officers, and other details. Impact on the audit report. The status of working papers should be clear, in that items that feature in the report should be indicated. Automated sign-off by the auditor and reviewer. Shows work carried out. The way source evidence was examined and recorded should be documented. Source of information and data. The origins of information in working papers should be clearly defined. Where an employee has made a representation that falls within the working papers, the source should be noted, particularly where it relates to specific figures. Indicates any matters outstanding. A working paper will say what has been done and the results of this work, and make clear what work hasn't been undertaken. Where samples have not been fully tested because of various practical difficulties, this point should appear on the working paper to explain why certain items have no results listed against them. Shows the impact on the next audit. They should make clear any issues that have been left for later consideration. Complete. On occasion, there may be a temptation to leave out controversial material not derived from fully understood procedures. Where a predetermined item isn't deemed necessary, it must be noted as not applicable with suitable explanations. Consistent. Any audit manager's review of the working papers must seek to identify inconsistencies between the working papers and the draft audit report. If a figure or fact is quoted in one document, this should be the same as in another, or differences explained. Where this does not occur and there are inconsistent facts, then the normal option will be to exclude all reference because of uncertainty and thus lowering the impact of the report. Include summaries. Digest, analyse and summarise the material to avoid rereading bulky material. Extensive test results shouldn't appear in spreadsheets without bottom-line conclusions that can go straight into the audit report. Detailed figures are meaningless if no conclusions can be drawn. Permanent files contain standing references to information of continuing interest to internal auditors, mainly in terms of where each source can be found on different networks covering information of continuing importance that will be part of permanent files, with flags that indicate where the documents can be accessed. Armed with our relevant information, we can derive a risk profile of each main operational area, support unit and projects for audit planning purposes, and as a way of developing a database of relevant information to update key parts of the audit universe. It would probably be advisable to assign specific parts of the audit universe to auditors for continual updating and amendment. The updating process should also require the auditor to assess the impact of new information as it is placed on file. This may act as a funnel mechanism where all relevant information ends up in the correct place within the audit filing system. Current files. These files record the results of each audit engagement. They contain items such as the audit objective statement, the preliminary survey and risk assessment, including risk registers, the scope of the audit, the engagement plan that sets out clearly who's responsible for what parts of the audit, the results of any background research carried out, including interviews with staff and management, risk management systems notes, any audit program used, the initial risk management system evaluation, the audit testing strategy, and results with evidence recorded in a clear and accurate manner. The fieldwork summary that aggregates the aims, testing results, conclusions and response from management that forms the basis of the resulting audit report. Audit review notes approved by the audit manager, the audit report and agreed action plan. Permanent files have two main uses in that they help update audit plans and also provide background information for new audit engagements. There's an obvious link between the permanent and current files, as much of the material of continuing importance collected during the audit will end up being filtered into the permanent filing system, which will then be used to update the audit universe and the way risks are considered in the audit planning process. One interesting approach to performing internal audit work is to view the organisation as a collection of services that are provided internally or externally. 1. The organisation is viewed as a series of business units, where local management is deemed responsible for delivering the defined level and quality of service. 2. The various functional support teams, including financial, operational, security, informational, and other corporate areas, fall under this review in the way they impact on achieving corporate and business objectives. 3. Internal control systems will be in place to mitigate specific risks that impact the stated objectives in each business unit, service, transformational project and functional area. And 4. There should be an alignment between the audit planning cycle and the business review cycle so they coincide and do not fall out of step. Each different business sector will have its own cycle, which means, for example, an oil exploration company and high fashion house will have a series of different short and longer term business cycles. This approach is epitomised in a local authority, where one need only obtain a detailed directory of services such as libraries, childcare, schools, refuse collection, education planning, highway repairs, adult services, housing, leisure centres, and hundreds of other unique services. Each service then becomes a local unit that's part of the audit universe and therefore subject to planned audit cover. The service-based view of the organisation may promote risk-based auditing as follows. List all business units, support services and associated teams. Consider the risk assessment and risk registers used for each of these corporate, business and local services, as well as partnering outfits. Derive target audit plans from this analysis. Audit each high-risk unit and service by applying the risk-based systems approach. Perform special investigations and ad hoc reviews into problem areas using resources set aside for consultancy work. And lastly, adjust the above as new and existing business risks change, alter and emerge, or where the organisation is restructured or realigned. In this scenario, the internal auditor will want to consider the way audit work aligns with the way the organisation delivers its services and outcomes to ensure the resulting audit plans are fully aligned with the aims, risks, risk management, and key controls in each key part of the organisation. Change management may be resisted across the organisation, and internal audits drive to promote better ways of managing risk should follow the same format as other initiatives that are being adopted by the organisation. It's possible to use a change analysis matrix to gauge how managers and staff might respond and possible ways of dealing with any negative fallout. To arrive at a shared vision of what is involved and a clear strategy to get the necessary changes in place, organisations should commission someone who understands the governance, audit, risk and control agenda, and how hard it is to get the envisioned improvements built. Some audit reports uncover major problems with poor procedures, regular infringements, inappropriate performance drivers, and other issues that create real exposures for the business. In this case, a risk management and controls improvement program may be recommended by the auditor. And with all change projects, there's scope for resistance, which means the required changes should be carefully planned and implemented. We know that fraud represents a big risk in most organisations, but what should internal audit do about fraud at work? Your job isn't to be an expert in white-collar crime and forensic accounting, but the truth is, there is a growing trend for organised criminals to target organisations, and there is much more reliance on employees to use security protocols to protect their data. Much could go wrong, which creates pressure for audit to do more. This rule doesn't only apply to audit, as employees now need to ensure they report any suspicions that indicate possible wrongdoings. And one view is that audit will adopt a position regarding fraud that may well range through several extremes. On the left is the minimum, which is to be alert to the risk of fraud whenever audit work is being conducted. But you do need to be alert to the possibility of wrongdoing, which means as you do your audit work, you need to be on the lookout for red flags such as inconsistent figures, suspicious trends, missing data, or for that matter, missing assets, complaints from outsiders, and so on. And you need to ask managers how they ensure the risk of fraud is addressed alongside the other business risks they need to deal with. If someone asks you how to spot fraud, you could suggest that there may be signs when all isn't well. One important set of signs relates to behavioural clues, and we can mention some of them. Regular absences. This could indicate a personal problem. In debt, which is a strong motive for some fraudsters. Protective behaviour, where someone doesn't take their holidays, works long hours, is hardly ever sick and keeps their work very close to hand. Addictive behaviour. Someone who drinks excessively, takes illegal drugs or gambles, will have to support a possibly expensive habit. Strange behaviour. Where the person is struggling with guilt, it may affect them and they may get agitated when asked to explain an odd transaction. And lastly, inappropriate wealth. This indicator is pretty obvious, although fraud isn't the only explanation, but just one possibility. Just make sure you're not one of those people who says, "I thought something might be wrong," when an actual fraud surfaces. Being a bit more proactive may mean performing sweeps with specialist applications, looking at things such as data matching, and exploring oddities that may indicate something's wrong. If two sets of figures are compared between periods or across functions, differences may be discovered that cannot be readily explained or are inconsistent with known facts. Make sure that random probes can be carried out throughout the organisation and that constitutional rights are not being infringed. Techniques such as CCTV, bugging phones, recording computer systems interfaces, monitoring keyboard strokes, recording meetings, tracing system interactions, and discrete observation of employees all need to be cleared with the legal people. The key question is whether employees have a reasonable expectation of privacy in areas that are under observation. clear associations between several parties, when there's no good reason why these parties should be linked so frequently, calls for further inquiries. Where there is some monetary gain involved, this can indicate suspicious circumstances. Insurance companies use this approach to isolate claims that fall into a set pattern of parties involved in claims. Detection is a little like a competition, where the fraudster is creative and daring. In designing the crime, the target organisation needs to respond by being just as creative and daring in sniffing out these crimes. Audit may want to do even more and say, manage fraud awareness sessions and administer the anti-fraud policy, or even go much further and employ dedicated fraud teams that will investigate irregularities, liaise with the police and manage a reporting hotline. Forensic means material relating to the criminal courts. When developing fraud detection plans, companies must think through the implications of the various routines and extraction of documentation. Many frauds have an accounting implication, either that records have been doctored to hide the fraud, or that the records provide reliable evidence of the fraud in question. There is generally some kind of trail that leads back from the loss to the perpetrator. Many an organisation has been embarrassed by the simple question, can you tell me the extent of employee fraud in your company over the years? A frauds database not only gives this information, but also allows a reflective insight into what has happened, why, and how to tackle it. Detection routines should take on board past problems and maybe even extrapolate trends into the future. Each organisation must decide on the most appropriate position on the spectrum. The choice would suit the context and type of business in question. The main point is that, having decided on the best strategy, tell everyone who works for or deals with the organisation and make sure they understand the implications. In the end, it's all about helping ensure effective risk management. Now for a quick look at whistleblowing. The Public Interest Disclosure Act applies to England, Scotland and Wales, and disclosures relating to crimes, breaches of legal obligations, miscarriage of justice, dangers to health and safety, or the environment and concealing information relating to these items. Protected disclosure should meet the following criteria: reasonable belief that crime and so on is involved, made in good faith, not for personal gain. And the internal processes have already been fully utilised. The burden of proof for the above rests with the employee. Using the internal procedures can only be avoided where the employee believes they would be subject to a detriment if disclosure is made to the employer. Evidence would be concealed by the employer, or the employee has already made a disclosure of substantially the same information. Another technique called Benford's law suggests that fabricated figures, an indicator of fraud, possess a pattern different from random or valid figures, and that an analysis of figures used on, for example, invoices, orders, contracts, claims, and so on, can uncover potential frauds. In the end, it's all about helping ensure effective fraud risk management. The internal auditor may be called on to uncover infringements, neglect, and systems failures during their work. It's a management decision to sanction an employee and impose a lesser or greater sanction depending on the circumstances. Audit must be careful not to get caught up in low-level business politics, which may mean balancing the two interesting concepts of blame and accountability. There's a need to stand back and consider whether the organisation operates in a blame culture or whether it tries to be both fair and balanced, focusing more on an accountability culture. Some argue that a blame culture causes many problems and goes against an ethical position that promotes accountability, an important component of good governance, which also underpins a risk culture where people are prepared to tackle risks that fall in their area of responsibility and be held accountable for the results, including the consequences of their actions. This approach isn't the same as a direct blame culture, although there may be some blurred lines, which is why we'll have a go at explaining our approach to making this distinction by working through our model, starting at the top. When a major problem arises, it normally means there are many questions that should be asked to work out what action should be taken in response to the problem, before any sanctions are considered. Let's look at the blame culture at the left of the model, where the arrows go straight to: can someone take the rap? Senior people may ask. Can we go straight to disciplinary action and save a lot of time and trouble? Some call this finding someone to carry the can for causing the problem. Case closed and no further questions need be asked. everyone else on the fringes can heave a sigh of relief. Particularly the managers who can claim they're not responsible despite being a part of the line management role. The accountability culture on the right of our model is more sophisticated, as it takes much longer to arrive at a fair decision. It is based on finding answers to many questions before pointing the finger at a culprit. It involves being fair and thorough by finding out about the background to the problem, respective roles and decisions made, and whether there was enough guidance and support given. It considers everyone who knew about the problem, or who should have known. It's only then that a decision can be made, and the dreaded disciplinary action box comes into view, if appropriate. The focus here leans much more towards the lessons learnt box, where a culture of being fair but firm is promoted. Both blame and accountability-based organisations may lead someone to face disciplinary action. It's just that one uses this route much more frequently than the other. An audit investigation may sometimes result in questions over the behaviour of an employee and whether they met acceptable standards of conduct, which may have grave consequences. A balanced approach based on accountability rather than a blame culture means there's less chance of a whitewash. We must always ensure that all audit work is irreproachable and trusted to deliver the best possible results. Let's go through each of our auditor skill sets. Our first one relates to getting to grips with accepted audit techniques, which is about being able to plan, perform, and report audit work. Analytical and cyber skills using the right apps will feature here, which will be applied to securing and assessing evidence to support audit findings. The ability to adopt and use formal auditing methodologies is also part of the technical skills that are required, many of which involves using various specialist analytical tools. Next comes relationships, which is more about engaging with people, asking questions and understanding the business through the eyes of clients and partners, as well as dealing with colleagues in the audit team, which is about being able to form good working relationships in a positive manner. This is less a skill and more of a personal attribute where the right attitude and listening skills are essential. But it's not only about listening, it's also about encouraging and probing difficult issues when required. Managing involves many things. It could entail dealing with an entire audit engagement from start to finish, or just parts of it, as well as directing audit staff who may be assisting. In this way, leading and directing audits and audit staff is an important skill that has to be carefully developed. Effective leadership sets the scene and helps drive the audit team in the right direction. While good audit work is inspired and energized by good audit leaders who aren't afraid to make mistakes and learn from them. Our final skill is what we call conceptualizing, which is about the big picture, thinking that's needed to engage with the wider governance framework and understand the way audit work integrates with the business model to create value. If audit aren't making a real contribution to the business, then audit teams may well become demotivated as they realize their work isn't making much of a difference. Going through their paces with no real belief in what they're doing, which could be disastrous. Conceptualizing involves developing a strong sense of purpose that underpins the way audit performs and the way it's seen by others within the organization. It's also about having a deep passion for the sort of audit service that isn't afraid to tell senior executives they're not infallible, which isn't an easy thing to achieve. We suggest that different grades need different types of skills, knowledge and abilities. So on the left are several grades ranging from trainee auditor through to assistant, auditor, team leader, audit manager, and CAE. Now for the respective skill sets. Once you're competent in your technical skills base, you can focus on moving upwards through the remaining skill sets. Each audit team member may contribute in their own way to the overall pool of required talent that's needed for a successful audit function, which doesn't mean every auditor has all the skills required. Auditors may well have a specialist skill, and audit groups may be arranged to focus on different specialist aspects of work, say contracts, fraud, information systems, complex projects, business operations, and so on. In this way, your personal development may be unlimited in terms of what you can learn and the type of skills you can acquire over the years. Being able to establish and utilize a wide range of relationships at all levels in the organization takes time to develop. And this is the next skill as we go up through the grades. Managing will present the next challenge as more and more responsibility is handed to more experienced grades. Managing tends to sit with team leaders and the audit managers, while a good chief auditor and their audit management team should be able to sit back and conceptualize the way the audit team should be built and behave to meet the challenges from an ever-changing risk landscape that impacts the organization. Plot where you stand and where you need to be to properly fulfill your potential and ensure you are always insightful. Let's spend a few minutes looking at what makes a good auditor. Larry Sawyer famously said that when pointing your finger at something, make sure your nails are clean. The Institute of Internal Auditors Competence Framework contains a great deal of underlying detail, which is available on their website. We've developed a simple model with 4 basic skill sets to underpin the audit competence concept. Each audit team will have to respond to a number of pressures in terms of what's needed to do a great job. Professional standards say what is required to perform well, planning and performing audit engagements, and making sure they add value to the organisation. They are demanding and require a wide range of knowledge, skills, and abilities to ensure this happens. The board will have certain expectations of their audit function, which will set the bar for the type of services they require. The range of assurance and advisory work will feed into the way the board governs its business and the way management deal with risks and sharpen controls. This bar must be achieved by the auditors. Another factor is the complexities of the business, which will determine the type of skills needed to function in what will be a unique environment. And the chief auditor will want a team that works well together and make for a successful outfit. Depending on their approach to delivering audit work, these pressures will dictate the end result in terms of competence, although more than anything, the auditor must be credible. Audit work that's planned, performed, and reported has to be irreproachable. It has to be trusted as the best possible result available under the circumstances. That's not to say it's FUF-proof. It just needs to be professional and therefore credible, which means it adheres to professional standards, it's fair, and it demonstrates a reasonable degree of critical thinking. So audit is able to communicate findings in a way that stimulates the most appropriate response in adding value to the organisation. The auditor brings the right sort of expertise to the task, where some knowledge of accounting, cybersecurity, fraud, data analysis, and changing culture to focus decision-making so that it fits the changing risk landscape that impacts the type of organisation in question. These attributes represent something that the audit shop should collectively possess. Although not all staff will have expertise in all these areas without having to review reference material, it is possible to bring in external resources, say to deal with a difficult fraud, to ensure that all audit work is performed with proficiency and due professional care. When it comes to more complex audit engagements, there needs to be a deep-rooted acceptance of the need for objectivity and sound judgment when performing review work, along with the ability to apply problem-solving techniques and developing responses that are risk-based and cost-effective so that they work in challenging environments where there may be some resistance to any required changes. Because the above skills have been taken for granted, it's only over the last few decades that the internal auditor has been seen as potentially an excellent internal consultant. The consulting role should be set against the context of corporate governance, risk, and control. Consulting engagements may well start with the question, how can we help you conduct your business, and deals with problems as you strive to meet your targets. This type of work can range from brief and informal advice over the phone to a line manager, through to involvement in a dynamic change project that runs across the organisation. If the audit unit decides it will help facilitate better risk management, this calls for a different skill set than more traditional audit work. Success here is heavily dependent on facilitators who understand the context, are able to energise the managers in self-assessing their key risks. If we agree that this approach should be part of audit competencies for some members of the audit team, then these individuals may be developed accordingly. If not, the extra skills will have to be brought in. Audit competence can be linked to performance management and target setting. A failure to meet personal targets may mean defined competencies need to be further developed. On the other hand, the development of new competencies should mean new targets can be achieved, as it may be appropriate to stretch targets for improved performance. Here are just a few of the vast army of general control mechanisms that can be supplemented by specific routines that each unique business will put in place. They will affect the way you review systems and judge the effectiveness of controls. Let's quickly skim through them. Authorization. The act of authorizing something brings with it the process of granting permission, on behalf of the organization. Access controls. This should be applied to information through passwords, screens, and locks. Supervision. This control tends to have a dual nature whereby staff are observed by their line managers and also assisted where required. Verification. Verification. Checks can be used to check that something that should be there is there. Documented procedures. Corporate standards and operational procedures that cover important areas, systems and tasks, many of which will be based around screen protocols. Compliance checks. Special steps to check whether authorized procedures are being applied along with a culture that supports this. Specialist teams may be in place to ensure important procedures and standards are being properly observed. Recruitment practices, based around employing trustworthy people and getting them to be loyal. Human resource arrangements. Successful controls presuppose that staff are competent, motivated, honest and alert. Segregation of duties. This control brings into play more than one employee during transactions that can lead to an actual gain or benefit. Organisation. The way an organisation is structured can promote or impair good control. Clear reporting lines establish links between responsibility, authorization, and accountability. Numbering. Sequential numbering of automated documents act as an inbuilt control. Reconciliations. Balancing one system to another does in itself engender control. Project management. Where change initiatives are supported by efficient project management principles, they have more chance of being successful. Financial systems controls. Finances may be abused and defrauded and require sound corresponding controls to ensure the right transactions are processed in the right manner. Performance management. A process whereby outputs and overall performance is directed and assessed by line management. Security. Physical security is self-explanatory, whilst logical security is used by information systems mainly relating to cybersecurity and disaster recovery plans. Contracts management. There are major risks inherent in the contracting arrangements that most organizations are engaged in. Budgets. Efficient budgeting systems where the budget holder is responsible for any spending against a particular cost code. Claims. There is a whole industry of fraudsters and fraud investigators assigned to the battle for claims and loans covering grants, benefits, insurance claims, bank loans, mortgages, compensation, medical claims, and so on. Control totals can be used to aggregate transactions and compare this with separately held totals. Financial misstatement. The board and their external auditors will watch out for this problem and report it to the police or regulator. Audit trails. These log staff accessing applications to track their interactions. Monitoring. This involves setting objectives, quality standards, and budgets where results are reviewed. Cyber fraud risk management is a very complex subject, and we can only give you a brief note on this growing risk to organizations. Let's start with an example of the old business context, where information was just a subset of the main business processes. A basic information system needed input, process and output controls that were well known to keep most threats at bay. Data security used to be pretty straightforward, as access to the corporate and local information systems was restricted to authorized personnel who worked for the organization. Audit would simply check that everything was being done properly and that controls were ensuring information was correct, intact, backed up, and protected. It's now all changed for businesses as the risk landscape is evolving, and old business models are quickly transforming into new businesses where the customer interacts online, as well as talking to frontline teams. Customers are getting used to working with automated processes and accessing their personal accounts to amend data, make payments, and authorize their own transactions. As an incentive, many businesses give discounts where the customer helps cut staffing costs by booking and managing the required services online. And this is where cyber fraud comes to the fore, where criminals are able to use these accessible digital platforms to commit fraud which interfere with personal and financial data. Likewise, the internal audit's role has to change to ensure it is ahead of fast-moving business changes and new ways of managing current and future risks. There's also an onerous legal framework to contend with. Have a look through the General Data Protection Regulations and the other items noted here. Threats such as ransomware, malicious software hidden in email links and botnets that launch denial of service attacks are now much more frequent, as is outright cyber fraud. There's now a dangerous equation in place. The threats are greater, the regulations are more demanding, while the need to harvest loads of personal data is essential to stay ahead of the game. Added to this worrying mix is the view that fewer directors feel confident, or very confident, in their cyber risk preparedness. The dilemma is that organisations feed off personal data. The more the better. The use of artificial intelligence means this data can pinpoint real-time profiles of customers and members of the public in great detail, while at the same time, legal and moral obligations to protect this data have greatly increased, which is why your role as the auditor is crucial. Organisations want to push ahead and automate everything with as little human intervention as possible, while the old control regime may have relied on skeptical staff asking questions and stopping transactions where they feel something's wrong. Automated systems, on the other hand, allow transactions, so long as the set criteria is met. The fraudster will have studied this same criteria and will try to beat the system, without having to worry about fooling a member of staff or an associate. Effective controls in an automated environment is about being one step ahead of the fraudster, or for that matter, the extremist hacker. The solution to cyber threats is solid cyber security arrangements linked to an IT governance framework. It's the auditor's job to consider the stability and agility of cyber risk countermeasures. Here are 10 basic questions that management may want to consider to assess their defences. Question 1. How do cyber risks materialise? A risk is only understood if it's known about, and as criminals become more sophisticated, the perfect crime can be committed in a way that means it's not detected at all. Some hackers target organisations who are seen as unethical or who've been involved in a scandal that stimulates protest groups to take direct action to undermine them. Corporate assets should be assessed so that business and personal data, customer services, goods and finances can be prioritised. This question is about keeping up to date with attempts to hack systems or cause disruption to business operations through, say, denial of service attacks. Question 2. What type of risks are coming online? The starting place is to consider the risks from cyber attacks. Businesses depend on their corporate networks, internet connections, and cloud computing, which all create risks that must be understood and managed. Cybersecurity is now a huge concern, as the US-based consumer credit agency Equifax found when a cyber attack in 2017 affected some 143 million customers. The firm immediately employed a cybersecurity expert and referred the matter to the police. Encouraging customers to access and update their personal data without intervention from staff is now the norm in many organisations. And again, there are risks in assuming only authorised people can get into the systems. Question 3. What is their impact and likelihood? Frequent vulnerability assessments and threat identification should be undertaken along with a consideration of risks such as bugs that aren't being fixed properly or speedily. One useful policy is to prioritise security controls when undertaking change programs and updates that allow malicious attacks. Whenever a system is updated, it shouldn't be signed off until it has passed a cybersecurity review. Question 4. What are our legal obligations? We've already mentioned the General Data Protection Regulations, which hit the UK in 2018. This tightened up many requirements, including the need to ensure consent from individuals whose data is held, along with tougher fines for non-compliance with new and more demanding rules on the way data is stored and used and how breaches are reported. The laws and regulations on data privacy mean organisations can be fined or sanctioned by allowing unauthorised access or holding inaccurate data. Question 5. What does the IT security strategy do about these risks? The current strategy will need to be regularly reviewed. For example, control objectives for information and related technology is a framework that enables managers to bridge the gap between control requirements, technical issues, and business risks. Many companies are adopting a dynamic framework as part of their overall cybersecurity strategy. Moreover, good frameworks are tied into business goals. Question 6. What do we do when there's an adverse event? The best laid plans can still mean a breach occurs. And it's the way management deal with this breach that could well determine whether the corporate reputation remains intact or even enhanced. A sound business continuity management plan is a good start place for dealing with cybersecurity breaches. For example, a task force may swing into action, which will include the Chief Information Security Officer, risk owners, and other nominated people. While infected areas should be quickly isolated and protected, the impact on finances, health and safety, legal compliance, critical business processes, assets, and overall reputation should be assessed, while backups are checked and applied. Key suppliers, partners, and associates will need to be contacted so there's no chance of claims of a cover-up. Question 7. How can we stay on top of things? A focus on access control is key to good defences, and there should be a detailed record of who has access to what, for how long, and who authorised it, as well as records of access patterns and any inconsistencies. In one sense, cybersecurity can be seen as an ongoing battle. Companies and other entities seek to strengthen their defences, while hackers devise more and more sophisticated ways of breaching these defences. The goal is to invest in keeping these defences strong and reduce the potential targets for would-be attackers so they give up or look for weaker targets. Question 8. Is our entire workforce mobilised against these new and emerging threats? The entire workforce should be told that they must guard their workstation and observe screen locks, password controls, use of mobile phones to photograph screens, shoulder surfing, and anything else that may compromise data security. A workstation may be redefined as any access device wherever located, since the growing trend to working from home and mobile staff means systems will need to be used from many locations. One solution is to employ a board-level Chief Information Security Officer who is properly aligned to the business role of the entity, since IT is a strategic resource, brimming with threats and opportunities. There should be clear ownership of cyber risks at the highest level and leadership that pushes key messages down to the entire workforce. This has a lot to do with the culture in place, where personal information is seen as important. Question 9. Do we need more awareness, resources, and expertise to tackle these threats? There are huge risks associated with USB drives and devices taken off-site, which contain loads of sensitive data. Cybercrime can pay much more than old-fashioned theft and is carried out remotely. Poor patch and outdated antivirus tools may mean some business systems become more vulnerable to attacks. Staff should be trained so that they understand the way data is classified and handled when dealing with colleagues and outsiders. One crucial issue is a whistleblowing system where staff can report any concerns with the way information is being used. They should also be trained about the dangers of social media and telling contacts about their work responsibilities. Criminals have used social engineering, including apparently chance meetings at social events, to gain confidential information. Question 10. Where do we stand in terms of our competitors? The challenge is to merge IT security into a much wider IT governance policy. That's a key part of the overall corporate governance arrangements that lie at the feet of the board of directors. To stay ahead, an organisation needs to keep up and then move away from the competition. Since comparison websites make it more and more difficult to sell something based solely on the lowest price, some consumers are looking for the value add when choosing their supplier. Cybersecurity is a fascinating area that may well change the way auditors work, and you should make this part of your personal development plans. Your audit unit will contain people with strong cyber skills, but don't just sit back and rely on specialist audit staff. You need to think about ways of strengthening your own technical skills to ensure you understand these risks and are able to spot actual and potential problems. Perfection's impossible to achieve in any service, and this rule also applies to internal auditing. As well as reviewing all parts of the organisation, audit should also review how it stands in terms of developing strategies for resolving problems and potential risks to the quality of its own services, which means dealing with any undesirable practices. During one audit, a senior auditor wished to advise management to sort out their filing system, which was untidy, with customer files left out overnight. Unfortunately, the auditor felt reluctant to report this problem, since his audit manager's own office was even more untidy. Each audit team will have its good and less good features, depending on how they work and how they are organised. A small outfit sited in the head office will have different challenges from a global audit function, with loads of local offices and contract audit staff. Our model suggests that employing professional staff, working to professional standards with a wide and very demanding interpretation of the audit role, is the best way to deliver professional audit services. Let's have a quick look at just 2 typical problems that may arise. Excess audit hours charged and poor working papers. Starting with excess hours. Audit resources can be regarded as the sum of chargeable hours. Since time's the most important factor that must be controlled by audit management, excess hours charged to audit jobs can be a problem. Good time charging systems requires authorised budgets set for each audit job, timesheets accurately recording time spent on each job, regular reports on hours charged, effective management action on overruns. If there are weaknesses in any of the above, then there may well be problems. Even where this system's in place, there may still be excess hours charged to jobs where the time budget was not set properly. The budget isn't seen as a serious issue. Authorization wasn't secured for extended hours. The audit entailed resolving unforeseen problems. The client asked for additional work. The auditor decided to do additional work. The auditor was dumping time into the job. Not all charged hours were worked on the project. The auditor was inefficient. The audit manager caused extra hours to be charged by excessive intervention or lack of it. Each of these potential risks should be assessed and addressed by audit management. Improvements normally involve better communication between the audit manager and team members. Our second problem is inadequate working papers. Gaps in working papers may be trivialised as a minor issue, but it should be of concern to audit management. Audit findings are the backbone of the audit role, and it's essential that each and everyone is supported by reliable evidence that can be traced back to the working files. Even where an audit report is accepted by management, all points made should be fully supported by sound documentation. Much depends on audit management doing several things such as set a documentation standard that covers permanent and current audit files, train staff in these standards, review all audits and seek compliance with the standards, review the audit files database and destroy old files or archive or retain them in backups, maintain a clear desk policy that ensures any hard copy files and papers are kept tidy, use automated files wherever possible, use standardized documentation templates and spreadsheets. Keep the audit documentation standard under review, particularly in respect of data privacy compliance. We know that there's a wide range of audit services, but often audit is seen as a checking routine, who spend their time verifying thousands of documents and records. In this way, management may treat the auditor as someone who has an extremely limited role that requires little skill and professionalism. At the extreme, managers may view audit staff with disdain and greet their presence with what can only be termed a necessary evil. This position can account for the strained atmosphere that many an auditor has faced when meeting with client managers for the first time at the outset of an audit. The perception that operational management is very busy doing important work, while the auditor is simply checking some of the basic accounting data that relates to the area, can create a great imbalance. This sets the auditor at a disadvantage from day one of the audit. Where the auditor is only concerned with detailed testing programs, then this view may well be reinforced. The auditor may aim to work at level C by dealing with controls over the operation and ensure that these are adequate and adhered to. Work geared towards the operation itself. Level B will take the auditor to a higher level, since an understanding of the operational processes and associated risks provides the foundation for a better audit. The risk appetite, culture and business values established by management level A act as the ultimate control in any business. Work at this level will pay great dividends. Level D represents a specialist aspect of audit work that focuses on information that is both used and generated. Ticking and checking business reports can only be justified as these reports play a key role in managing resources. The exception is information systems auditing, which is now achieving a high profile, along with data privacy and information security and suitable cyber controls. Level E is crucial. It's about focusing on what is being achieved in the area under review in terms of adding value to the business and whether more can be done with less. The question the auditor may wish to ask is, does what happens in this business area reflect a good risk culture that is balanced, fair, transparent, and effective in getting successful results? We're going to spend a few minutes talking about designing and delivering fraud awareness for employees and associates. Internal audit may well be involved in assisting or even performing this task. depending on the approach to consulting work that's set out in the audit charter. Have a look at our simple model that covers a few relevant pointers, starting with the appropriate corporate anti-fraud policy. One way of viewing employee fraud awareness is to base it on delivering the contents of the fraud policy. The idea is that if everyone understood this document and lived up to their defined role, this would help in the fight against fraud. Before embarking on a major fraud awareness project, it may be an idea to review the fraud policy to make sure it's vibrant and up to date. We turn now to what we call the required position, where employees fully appreciate their fraud policy. This policy sets a bar that reflects the expectations of the board. We know what's required. The next thing to do is to find out whether we need any more fraud awareness training or just a few regular updates. You can use a short survey sent out periodically to staff to assess the current levels of awareness across the organisation. We have our fraud policy, and we know we have to close a defined knowledge gap. We could simply issue a head office message asking everyone to read the fraud policy. A much more dynamic approach may be to stimulate changed behaviour through smart training which is relevant. That fits with the participants' jobs and responsibilities. Interesting. Using, say, humour, interaction, exercises and pacing. Valuable. So people feel the benefits of helping manage the risk of fraud. Digestible. Modules aimed at different degrees of required knowledge delivered through a mix of online and face-to-face seminars. It's possible to use a simple symbol to drive home the important corporate message of getting to grips with the threat of fraud at work. For example, an image of meerkats taking turns to stand guard and sound the alarm. Or a shadowy figure in a mask suggesting a threatening force trying to break into our systems. Our symbol is a set of traffic lights where red indicates teams such as specialist fraud investigators, auditors, compliance teams, security teams, financial controllers, and others who have a clear anti-fraud role. Green. There will be a number of people who want a green light to fraud, such as career criminals, hackers, shoplifters, and credit card fraudsters, or dishonest people who work for or who deal with an organisation. Yellow. This relates to the vast majority of employees who are too busy chasing their performance targets to worry about anything that's not seen as part of their responsibilities. The idea is to get everyone who is at yellow up to red, where they see the fight against fraud as part of their everyday responsibilities. A few tips. Create energy and movement, which means using active tasks geared towards the learning objectives, rather than just standing up and talking about the issues. You should plan to be responsive by gauging energy levels and changing the pace using breaks, exercises, and reflective debates, which means you'll want to make sure your exercises deliver all key aspects of the fraud policy. The idea is to bring this document to life as a living ideal. Here are a few basic exercises that you can use to build the course. Pros and cons. Ask the participants for the advantages and disadvantages of a particular approach to dealing with fraud. So, for example, the question can be, what are the pros and cons of using the whistleblowing procedure? Participants can work alone, in pairs or in groups. Your thoughts. Here you can ask each participant to spend a few minutes reflecting on a particular issue. Say why people commit fraud at work. You can ask for random contributions or views from each participant. Then describe the elements of that well-known tool, the fraud triangle. Top 10. Put participants in groups to prepare their top 10 factors regarding a particular attribute. Say, listing the top 10 features of an effective fraud response plan. Talking walls. A variation is where each group lists their key points on flip chart, then pin the results onto the walls. The participants walk around the room, reflect on the points raised, and then discuss, say, lists of different types of cyber fraud. Agree, disagree. You can pose a proposition on a relevant topic and ask participants to work in pairs or threes to note aspects they agree and disagree on. Say that everyone should have some knowledge of forensic examination for good fraud control. Class debate. Take a relevant topic and ask each group to prepare arguments that support or refute a contrasting viewpoint. For example, that all employees who breach procedures should be dismissed. Each group would debate their position. Discussion points. Throw up a point for participants to consider alone, in pairs or in small groups for discussion. Say, in what way could the fraud policy be improved? Whenever participants work in groups, make sure they're working on different aspects of the fraud policy. At some point, you may want to define fraud, its growing impact, and describe the way the fraud policy fits in with other related policies that have been adopted by the organisation. Focus on the whistleblowing procedure, since a participant with any nagging concerns may well come forward as a result of your training course. Training's successful where the trainer's confident in that they know what they're doing and they have done the necessary preparation. You can use your pre-planned exercises in a way that meets the needs of the group in front of you. A few tips for deciding how to plan the event. Seize the moment. Talk about the hugely worrying increase in fraud, including cyber attacks. Maintain control. Doing exercises can be great fun, but be deadly serious about getting value from the investment in time. Move attention away from talkative participants by looking for inputs from others, or get people to work in pairs. Understand groups. Some argue that new groups evolve through stages where they check each other out, argue a bit, and then start to perform. Speed this up by focusing on course aims and asking everyone to respect each other's views. Consider learning styles. Some like to reflect before acting, while others jump right in. Vary your training styles from facilitating tasks to giving clear explanations. Get engagement. You could start your course by asking participants to work in pairs and introduce their partner, naming one interesting thing about them that they've disclosed. Starting off with good engagement sets the scene for even more interaction. And lastly, share knowledge. Where a participant works in a high fraud risk area, ask them to speak about their concerns. Before we finish the delivery bit of our model, we should go back to the symbol we use for changing behaviours. The red traffic light's about everyone helping to make systems robust, since you can't assume people are always honest. We want our people to move from yellow to red with a zero tolerance to fraud, so that if something appears wrong, unacceptable, or questionable, they sort it out and strengthen controls. And if there is someone at work tempted to go green, the course should make clear they'll be found out and dealt with. As you close your course, ask each participant whether they've moved closer to red. If you've done your job, you'll get a rewarding positive response to end your course on a high. As well as the fraud policy, you can recommend that participants secure a copy of the latest Association of Certified Fraud Examiners annual report to the nations. This is a great resource for defining fraud, its huge scale, different types, red flags, and a vast array of useful information. All training should be assessed on several levels, for example. An end-of-course multi-choice test can help check knowledge levels. A simple assessment tool can capture feedback from participants' views. You should always reflect on how it went and ways to improve it next time. A private chat with a few participants can be helpful. Moreover, future staff surveys should show an improved level of fraud awareness as a result of your work. Some closing thoughts. In the digital age, fraud's now the fastest growing crime, and it's no overstatement to say we're in a fight against this really scary threat. This will only happen where the following's in place. The best person designs and delivers the sessions. That is, the lead trainer's confident, competent, and is able to engage with the trainees. You needn't have a background in fraud investigations, but you should ideally have a basic knowledge of fraud awareness to run the seminar. The appropriate people are placed on the appropriate training programs. The participants are motivated to learn and develop. This factor's partly about the participants' own personal attitudes towards work and whether the workplace is motivating. Motivation levels will also be affected by the way the actual training's delivered. If training is delivered in a flexible, engaging, and inspiring manner, this helps. Finally, whether the training fits well with the practices, culture, and language used in the workplace. Fraud awareness means being proactive and understanding that people can behave badly, even though they've always appeared honest in the past. It also means people contacting a business and who sound like genuine customers may be part of a criminal scam. Business is based on trust, and it's a sad fact that the threat of fraud means you cannot assume everyone is trustworthy. Ongoing fraud risk reviews that are in the centre of our model are so important. As new frauds are invented and reinvented, new and improved controls that anticipate or quickly respond to these new threats must swing into action. While internal audit should promote good fraud risk management and encourage everyone to shine a bright red light to fraud and abuse. We've developed a simple approach to investigating allegations of employee irregularities at work. A fraud investigation is much like any other business activity. Although there are several features that should be noted, they tend to be sensitive with a high embarrassment factor, particularly if the investigation goes wrong. The fact that an investigation is required constitutes another source of potential embarrassment, where controls have failed and management may have allowed this problem to happen. And lastly, the investigation may well affect someone's entire future. An organisation will have to carry out some damage limitation while the investigation seeks to find the culprit, solve the problem, and allow management to get on with its real work, while also minimising financial losses and reputational damage. This is why suitable procedures are required. It's important that there are suitable arrangements in place to pick up on any allegations, along the lines of a manager reporting standard or a staff whistleblowing hotline. If this point isn't handled properly, then it's possible that the line manager will simply confront the employee in question and ask for an explanation. This will either cause claims of victimization, where the employee is innocent, or impair the investigation, where the employee is guilty and seeks to conceal the crime. There may also be claims of a cover-up where the manager speaks to the employee and decides on no further action. Each of these positions is unacceptable. When a problem is reported, the fraud response plan may suggest that the reporting manager should do nothing when it appears that an employee's been misbehaving. Whilst this hands-off approach is important in ensuring the evidential chain can be established and developed properly, there are some aspects of fraud response that fall under the general manager's responsibilities. One such aspect relates to controls that need to be strengthened. There's a long and a short view. Both of these views are based on the premise that employee fraud happens because people are tempted into deceit and there are weaknesses in company systems that can be exploited. So when a fraud occurs, what was an unknown risk becomes a real-life occurrence that needs to be quickly addressed. Quick fixes are called for to close lapses in controls that are allowing losses to the organisation. Building on this idea of quick controls, there's the wider picture of damage limitation that needs also to be addressed. Crisis management is about putting contingency plans in place before a crisis so that a set plan of sensible action can be exercised. This not only saves time, but also draws on the thinking and planning that has been undertaken in the period of calm when everyone's in place to add their views and expertise. For a significant crime against the organisation, the fraud response plan will swing into action, and if effective, will ensure the crisis simply becomes a situation that contingency plans address, rather than a complete nightmare. The investigation should be assigned to a lead investigator who will work out whether the allegation is possible to substantiate. Before launching into a full-scale investigation, there are several key questions that must be answered. Does the alleged perpetrator exist? Do the allegations come from a reliable source? Is there enough information to form the basis of an investigation? Are we sure that the allegations are not malicious? Can we get more information about the circumstances behind the allegation? Could the problems presented exist? Is there any history of this type of allegation? Are there any documents that could support the allegation, and are they available? Is this a real fraud or simply a minor breach of procedure? Are there any obvious explanations? Could the problem result from innocent error? Are any supporting records supplied by the informant? Are the allegations consistent with other developments that we are aware of? We may not need to act on a vague allegation from a disgruntled ex-employee or any anonymous person, where indicators suggest that it is unfounded. If this is the case, we must be able to justify this position at a later date. Likewise, if we embark on a major exercise, we must be able to prove it was necessary as a result of information received. The key rule is to open a file and record decisions made at this stage of the inquiries, and confirm whether the investigation should be completely open or kept quiet, as a covert piece of work. If it's not covert, decisions will need to be made on whether or not the suspect should be suspended pending the outcome of the investigation. When an allegation first comes to light, it's essential that the affected area is defined, since any initial covert inquiries will have to be performed outside this area. This is particularly true where, through lack of evidence, it is necessary to allow the fraud to continue and capture live evidence. Surveillance is an example of securing concurrent evidence to support the allegations. Secrecy must be preserved, and this point should be repeated to all involved at every opportunity. Sometimes it's better to take a case away from line management and report only to a senior manager, so this element of secrecy may be maintained. An investigation will eventually become public knowledge. There are several options that may be considered. Suspend the employee in question immediately. Call in the local police. Senior management may have already gone to them for initial advice. Undertake covert inquiries without alerting anyone not party to the exercise. Send out a general reminder to staff where a low-level abuse of facilities is occurring. Carry out an audit of the area in question. This is particularly useful where spot checks are regularly undertaken. Carry out surveillance, in line with established privacy rules for this type of activity. If it's not covert, then a decision will need to be made on whether or not the suspect should be suspended pending the outcome of the investigation. The police should be alerted about allegations of significant employee fraud. If the case has been handed over to the police, again we will need to keep up to date with inquiries as progress is made. This is particularly important where arrests are being planned. We would hope to have formed a close working relationship with the local police so that what would otherwise be confidential information may be freely discussed. One important consideration is how far to go back in the investigation. Where the fraud involves false claims, say on timesheets or overtime or expenses, over the years, agree an initial cut-off point to avoid an open-ended investigation. Once there's a clear idea of the problem, persons implicated, and the type of assets at risk, a full investigation may be started. Note that each part of the background fact-finding stage will add a little to the all-round knowledge of the area in question, and may give clues as to what is really going on. At this stage, talk to management, although this may have already occurred depending on the nature of the fraud. The golden rule is for the investigator to speak to management at least 2 levels removed from the affected area. It is normal protocol to also involve the relevant director. Much will depend on the levels of employees implicated. Nonetheless, it is good practice to brief the directors and chief executive where a major or sensitive fraud is alleged. Moreover, management may have already discussed the case in terms of providing advice on urgent action that needs to be taken to close loopholes in controls that allowed the fraud to occur in the first place. As the investigation progresses, its shape and form will alter as new information comes to light, and all parties to the work become more familiar with the activities under review. It is important that there is an ongoing review with management, where, for example, audits are carrying out the investigation, so the plan is adjusted to take on board new information. Each fraud's different, and there is no way to automate a response to problems of this nature. Having said this, there's still the need to set some type of standard through which fraud may be dealt with. For example, allegation received, carry out a preliminary survey, isolate target areas, link with management, agree an action plan, devise a detailed investigative program of work, secure the relevant evidence, carry out interviews, ongoing review and discussions with senior management, issue interim reports, consider criminal prosecution and internal disciplinary action, and lastly, issue the final report. Fraud cannot be said to have occurred unless there is evidence that substantiates it. As such, the plan will be aimed at securing the requisite evidence in the most convenient and reliable manner possible. This may consist of interviewing witnesses, analysing documentation, securing details of systems access history for certain transactions and people, securing reports that tend to support the allegations, computation of financial losses, securing evidence of breach of procedure by comparing what happened with the approved procedure, observing activities and recording the results, re-performing calculations and reconciliations, securing evidence from independent sources that corroborate or conflict with other available evidence, perhaps to find out whether a payment was received by a supplier listed on the payments database, assessing whether a document is forged, altered, or subject to a forged signature. Much of the above is about interviewing witnesses and extracting relevant documentation. One point that should have been discussed at the outset is the objective of the investigation. Although this will be to prove that the fraud has occurred, it may also be used to support a prosecution in a court of law, as well as to identify and recover any known losses. In addition, the results may be used to present internal disciplinary charges to a specially convened panel. We need to provide a structured way of using the best available evidence to substantiate the issues and claims that form the basis of the investigation. A six-stage approach to providing structure and method to our evidence gathering may be suggested. 1. Arrive at the aim of the exercise. We have defined the claim, and each exercise for gathering evidence will start with a clear objective. What is it that we are seeking to substantiate? 2. Develop a strategy for securing the required evidence. If we are seeking to confirm whether a claim that data is not being entered properly onto a specific database, then one strategy would be to download a small sample of transactions from period X to Y and assess whether the relevant data has been correctly input or not. 3. Carry out the evidence gathering exercise and schedule the results. Many tests are designed to assess whether the actual results fit with the expected results. In our database example, we would list the correct data we would expect to find and assess the download against the data that was extracted to prove whether the claim of irregularities is supported or not. 4th, draw conclusions from the exercise by stating whether or not the results support the claim being examined and enter the results on an evidence schedule. 5. Summarize the results and note them on the fieldwork summary, cross-referencing the details back to the evidence schedules. 6. Carry out the next evidence gathering exercise and prepare a new evidence schedule. That is, return to point 1 of this list. Using our six-stage approach, we can carry out a series of evidence gathering exercises until we have enough information in our fieldwork summary to enable us to draw an overall conclusion for each of the various issues under examination. The final fraud report should follow a basic structure that makes for easy reading and understanding. It may include, for example, cover. This should be marked confidential, and for more sensitive investigations may be coded rather than given a title. It certainly should not display the name of the chief suspect. Executive summary. Introduction. Brief account of the fraud, terms of reference for the investigation, suspect and proposed charges, and recommended actions required. Introduction. Objectives and scope of the investigation, how the fraud came to be noticed, and resources assigned to undertake the work, and their approach. Detailed findings, details of the fraud, the offences resulting from the fraud, and description of evidence relating to each offence, or in chronological order, and any rebuttals of the evidence, appendices. List and summaries of evidence including witness statements, points by legal advisors, and any other relevant schedules. There tends to be two main results from fraud investigations. One is a referral to the police, who will place a case before the prosecuting authorities with a view to bringing criminal proceedings against the parties in question. The other is that internal disciplinaries will be held against any employee where evidence points to their guilt in connection with the fraud. The first occurrence requires a prosecution, where the court will determine whether the defendant is guilty beyond reasonable doubt, based on the evidence presented to it, and assuming the defendant pleads innocent. The second scenario requires the organisation to bring charges of gross misconduct in front of a panel supported by evidence relating to these charges. The panel will judge on the less severe test of balance of probability, whether there has been a breach of the internal disciplinary procedure, and then agree a suitable remedy, which may result in dismissal. These two events can be initiated at the same time, since one is considering criminal charges, whereas the other is simply reviewing breach of internal procedure, unless there are exceptional circumstances. The first is about the laws of the land, while the other relates to the mutual trust that underpins a contract of employment. It's essential that these two concepts are not confused. Criminal charges will be brought to court if there is a reasonable expectation of conviction, and it's in the public interest. The internal disciplinary process should take on board breach of procedure as a result of fraudulent activities by employees. The response should be robust and determined in finding out the truth and taking appropriate action. The procedure in place should ensure crooked employees are quickly dismissed, while innocent people are properly protected. Once the procedure is established, it should be followed in detail and constitute a reasonable way of dealing with employment issues. Every organisation will need some kind of fraud response strategy. Our model kicks off with having a clear definition of respective roles in the organisation, where management is seen as being directly responsible for managing fraud risks and ensuring all actual or suspected frauds and irregularities are investigated and resolved They have to make sure fraud is contained by establishing suitable controls. Management is also responsible for making sure everyone has a role to play in making this happen. Parties such as external audit will want to be alert to the possibility of fraud, particularly where this has a significant impact on the accounts and the possibility of material misstatement. While management may set up internal compliance teams to assist in promoting compliance with procedures, these teams may be used to investigate frauds and irregularities. Human resource units may have to set up communications between the alleged perpetrator and management to ensure corporate policies are being adhered to. All employees and associates should understand the risk of fraud at work and be a proactive part of the fraud control strategy. Moreover, they should be alert to and report any suspect behaviours. We come now to the basics of fraud risk management, which should be a simple and logical way of ensuring sound decisions can be made on the types of controls that should be in place and how the risk of internal and external fraud are kept to an acceptable level. We know fraud can occur in any organisation, and the challenge is how to manage this risk. There should be an ongoing process of identifying, assessing, and then managing the risk of fraud by implementing a cycle of activities along these lines. In practice, the application of this basic cycle does cause many difficulties. Most arise because we impose a logical formula on an organisation of people, structures and systems that can be complicated, unpredictable, vaguely defined and perceived, emotive, and in a state of constant change. Most risk management systems fail because the process is implemented by going through the risk cycle with no regard to the reality of organisational life. Managers tick the box that states the stages have been gone through, and eventually the board receives reports that state risk management has been done in all parts of the organisation. What's more appropriate is for risk management, along with the focus on fraud risks, to be part of the way managers and their teams work on a daily basis. The fraud risk management cycle may appear as follows. Business aims. The fraud risk management cycle starts with working through business aims and ensuring staff can see where fraud prevention fits in with their overall objectives. Risk identification. The next stage is to work through the types of frauds that could arise in the relevant area of responsibility. Risk assessment. This simply means working through the risks as identified and giving each one a score to reflect the relative importance of the risk. Risk management. The next stage is problem solving, where work teams will work through the measures that can be taken to mitigate the key risks as identified and judged to have an important impact on business success. Review. This is about revisiting the risk reviews and keeping the findings and action plans up to date, particularly against a changing environment where certain threats such as cyber fraud are growing. Red flags is the next item on our model. There are many indicators that fraud may be happening, such as straight information from controls and whistleblowers, complaints from suppliers, partners and customers, IOUs. If found in the till, it's likely that a fraud is happening. Information from whistleblowers. This can be a most important source of information. Data mining can be used to identify the people, places, authorizers, expenditure codes, and amounts in the suspect department to isolate any strange patterns for further investigation. One word of warning. If the fraud has been going on for some time, the returns and figures may have been understated for so long that they may appear to be correct. Specialist applications can be used by organizations to monitor, flag up, and identify suspicious activity by staff. Unlike straight information, there are other indicators of fraud that are circumstantial in nature, such as trends, inconsistent with business activity, reconciliation differences, strange contract figures, lost assets, fictitious items such as ghost employees. Behavioural issues relate to the way people at work behave and can include regular absences, in debt, protective behaviour, addictive and strange behaviour. And lastly, inappropriate wealth. There are many red flags that can indicate frauds happening. Taken out of context, each individual sign is not in itself significant, but patterns and combinations that do not add up can lead to an at-alert status. If employers ensure their employees are aware of the indicators of fraud, there's a better chance of detecting problems and resolving them quickly. It's the frontline staff who are closest to the signals of dishonesty and cover-up, And it's here that an entire army can be mobilized in the fight against corporate fraud. No system's perfect, and we come now to the fraud response plan. The plan will be less general and more like a procedure for dealing with concerns that could possibly turn into a real-life fraud. In many fraud cases, the initial suspicions don't highlight the fundamental and significant abuse that's going on below the tip of the iceberg. If the response to an allegation or suspicion of fraud's inadequate, it could result in helping the fraudster get away with the crime. Everyone has a responsibility to be on guard for red flags and respond to them where appropriate. We need to respond properly, as the rules of evidence are very strict, and if a case comes to court or an internal disciplinary, we need to be sure of our ground. When responding to an allegation of employee fraud, one question that comes up is, if this fraud has been going on for so long, why didn't management discover it or establish controls to prevent it? Where this question falls within the terms of reference for the investigation, it becomes a different type of engagement. The managers and colleagues in the section in question may be subject to sanction, warnings, or even dismissal if they are found to be culpable in any way. Not only is there a suspect to investigate, but managers and staff are also in the frame, and it becomes much more difficult to obtain their cooperation. People may have to be dismissed, and the fallout could be severe in terms of emotional distress and business continuity. Some investigations have two stages. The first is about the allegation and the activities of the suspect. The second stage then looks at the behaviour of others in terms of negligence and delinquent behaviour. It's clear from the above that there are many and varied aims that can be set for the investigators, and much will depend on the organisation, type and materiality of the fraud, and the culture in place. There is an onus on top management to review the list of options and approaches and give a clear direction on what's required for the investigation in hand. The fraud control strategy is dependent on sound controls that help prevent fraud, that respond to all serious allegations or suspicions, and that are strengthened when new fraud risks come on the horizon, which means controls should be continually reassessed to ensure they do the job. When dealing with employee fraud, there are several important considerations that can impact on any control assessment. Controls shouldn't be based around simply trusting people, relying on employee honesty. Unfortunately, many control systems rely on this single-person trust, and when it breaks down, the implications can be disastrous. Moreover, password protection on sensitive systems isn't always reliable, as these systems can be breached by a hacker or someone who has access to the password. Anti-fraud controls work best in a culture of zero tolerance, with clear reporting structures and key checks and balances built into everyday processes. Ethics underpins the fight against corporate fraud. It's essentially about doing the right thing and assessing the benefits and harm caused by an individual's actions. An organisation may secure a reputation for being highly ethical and seek to attract investors who see this as an important part of their assessment criteria. Where managers turn a blind eye to minor irregularities relating to, say, bribery rules, we can quickly end up in a culture which is the opposite to good zero tolerance. Insisting that everyone everywhere is charged with always doing the right thing at work helps promote the right culture across the workforce. We turn now to conduct. The behaviour of anyone implicated in suspicions of fraud or irregularity. The internal disciplinary process should swing into action where there is proven breach of procedure as a result of unacceptable behaviour by employees. The response should be robust and determined in finding out the truth and taking appropriate action. The procedure in place should ensure employees whose conduct is unacceptable are dismissed, while innocent people are properly protected. Once the procedure is established, it should be followed in detail and constitute a reasonable way of dealing with employment issues. Before launching into a major investigation, it's best to work through the objectives of the project. Bringing in teams of specialist people and making provisions for security, detailed document control, and even storing physical evidence creates a major commitment for the organisation. It also sets into motion a train of events that may take off and hurtle out of control, and perhaps end in costly lawsuits if not handled adequately. In short, ensure a clear objective is framed for the investigation that will vary between organisation and type of inquiry in hand. It is true that all frauds are different. They involve different types of people and different situations. Say when an opportunist spots a gap in the system and leaps in quickly, with perhaps only a crude attempt at concealment. Other frauds are much more sophisticated, where someone has studied the system and gained a degree of trust that is abused but hidden from view. The fraud may be perpetuated by an entire organisation where damaged goods are moved on to an unsuspecting public. The variety and scope of both internal and external frauds being carried out is staggering. Notwithstanding this point, there's still a list of possible objectives that can be set out as a checklist when responding to an allegation as follows. Discharge management's fiduciary duty to protect the welfare of organisational resources. Examine, gather and assess sufficient and relevant evidence. Protect the reputation of employees by determining who is innocent. Find and secure all records relevant to the investigation. Find and recover all losses that have been misappropriated. Ensure all persons, including the suspect, understand the terms of reference of the investigation and are willing to cooperate. Make sure the perpetrator pays for the crime. Get rid of all employees who commit crimes against the organisation. Ensure that the organisation suffers no further depletion of its resources. Decide how to progress the investigation and whether to limit or widen the scope of work. Carry out an investigation in line with set standards on this type of work. Provide regular progress of results to help frame decisions for the next stage in the investigation. Ensure that the perpetrator does not leave the jurisdiction of the investigators before effective action can be taken to remedy the situation. Gather as much sufficient admissible evidence as possible with the minimum of resources and disruption to the business, in line with what is in the best interests of the organisation. Obtain a fair view of the fraud and come to a balanced decision on the most appropriate action to take. Explore the allegations in sufficient depth to satisfy the need to provide an adequate response. Ensure that employee morale is preserved during the investigation. Protect the good name of the organisation. Observe any legal obligations regarding due diligence and claims against third parties such as company insurers. Carry out the investigation in such a way as to observe all ethical obligations. Identify the perpetrator and establish intent, malice aforethought. Secure sufficient evidence to determine whether misconduct has been committed by the employee. Identify unacceptable management practices or negligent behaviour that led to the problem and take appropriate action. We come now to a very difficult objective to handle. Maintain suitable confidentiality and ensure the organisation is not vulnerable to a suit for defamation of character. Identify the witnesses to the fraud and ensure they provide reliable evidence to support any charges that may be framed as a result of the investigation. Provide recommendations regarding the way the risk of fraud is being managed by the organisation. What's the most important part of the fraud control strategy? The answer is each and every individual who works for or who has a working association with the organisation, who needs to assume a dynamic role in helping fight fraud. There are two key questions that each manager needs to address. 1. What is the risk, including? What would be the impact of a fraud in my work area? What types of fraud have we had in the past, and why? How could my staff perpetrate a fraud against the organisation? What problems have occurred in other similar operations and companies? What parts of the operation are weak and possible to abuse? What are my staff telling me about potential problems and concerns? What have I read in the press about new frauds that could affect me at work? Is there anything that is worrying in terms of inconsistent activities? Are there parts of the operation where procedures are being breached? How could our systems be breached by people outside the organisation? Is there any way that I could commit a fraud against the company? Are we taking the threat of fraud seriously? Is there anything else we should be doing at work? Question 2. What about controls? Covering. How important is this control? When was it last reviewed? Is the control clearly defined and properly set out? Do staff understand the control and its importance? Does this control work in practice? Is the control being bypassed at all, and if so, why? Should our team receive some training in controls compliance? Should we prepare some desk notes as reminders of the key checks? What are my auditors telling me about weak controls? Does the control address all known fraud risks that it is meant to deal with? Can I double-check a few transactions to ensure the control is doing what it is supposed to do? What is my overall assessment, and do I need to make any improvements? Can I issue formal assurances to my manager on the adequacy of these controls? For this to work, everyone needs to assess their responsibilities at work and consider how fraud might impact their work area. They then need to decide whether there is anything else they can do to help prevent, detect, and generally manage the risk of fraud. If the CEO wishes to drive home the anti-fraud message, then there must be a way of assessing whether this message is getting across. As an internal auditor, you'll want to encourage and support good fraud risk management throughout your organization. Where wrongdoing isn't seen as a real risk in parts of the business, then control procedures may not keep up with this threat. Where there's a general lack of awareness, then audit may support or even carry out awareness training for employees and associates. Whatever the solution, you'll want managers and their work teams to focus on these basic questions that need to be asked about the risk of fraud, especially in parts of the business where financial transactions can be actioned, or where personal data is updated, or where contracts are approved and assets, funds and resources are being moved. Here's a quick look at fraud risk management, starting with the IIA definition. Fraud is an illegal act characterized by deceit, concealment, or violation of trust. These acts aren't dependent upon the threat of violence or physical force. Frauds are perpetrated by parties and organizations to obtain money, property, or services, to avoid payment or loss of services, or to secure personal or business advantage. It's a threat that has to be tackled. The UK's 2006 Fraud Act contains 3 fraudulent offences covering fraud by false representation, fraud by failing to disclose information, and fraud by abuse of position. Get hold of a copy of the latest edition of the Association of Certified Fraud Examiners report to the nations, which contains loads of information on the scale of fraud, different types, the perpetrators, internal controls, and the way it's committed and detected. Now let's remind ourselves of the basic risk management cycle that should be in place across your organisation. If the various fraud initiatives have been successful, this cycle should also cater for the threat of fraud as an ever-present risk that should always be an important consideration, which means the threat of fraud will be built into everything that goes on, where this problem might rear its ugly head. Have a look at the way the basic risk management cycle can be targeted to fraud risk management. Some people don't like thinking about fraud, as it means they can't really trust everyone all the time. And this includes close colleagues and long-standing managers who may have been friends for some time. The other issue is that, unlike most other risks, carefully planned frauds may be hard to detect, since irregularities may be concealed by the perpetrator. Good fraud risk management happens when there's a good understanding of the corporate fraud policy, and this policy will set out various roles and responsibilities across the organisation. The idea is that if everyone lives up to their responsibilities, there will be better fraud risk management. All employees and associates should understand the risk of fraud at work and be a proactive part of the fraud control strategy. Moreover, they should be alert to and report any suspect behaviours. We come now to the basics of fraud risk management, which should be a simple and logical way of ensuring sound decisions can be made on the types of controls that should be in place and how the risk of internal and external fraud are kept to an acceptable level. We know fraud can occur in any organisation, and the challenge is how to manage this risk. There should be an ongoing process of identifying, assessing, and then managing the risk of fraud by implementing a cycle of activities along these lines. In practice, the application of this basic cycle does cause many difficulties. Most arise because we impose a logical formula on an organisation of people, structures and systems that can be complicated, unpredictable, vaguely defined and perceived, emotive, and in a state of constant change. Most risk management systems fail because the process is implemented by going through the risk cycle with no regard to the reality of organisational life. Managers tick the box that states the stages have been gone through, and eventually the board receives reports that state risk management has been done in all parts of the organisation. What's more appropriate is for risk management, along with the focus on fraud risks, to be part of the way managers and their teams work on a daily basis. The fraud risk management cycle may appear as follows. Business aims. The fraud risk management cycle starts with working through business aims and ensuring staff can see where fraud prevention fits in with their overall objectives. Risk identification. The next stage is to work through the types of frauds that could arise in the relevant area of responsibility, risk assessment. This simply means working through the risks as identified and giving each one a score to reflect the relative importance of the risk. Risk management. The next stage is problem solving, where work teams will work through the measures that can be taken to mitigate the key risks as identified and judged to have an important impact on business success. Review. This is about revisiting the risk reviews and keeping the findings and action plans up to date, particularly against a changing environment where certain threats such as cyber fraud are growing. But what about the audit role? We mentioned the range of approaches internal audit can take earlier. IIA guidance is littered with references to fraud as one of the major risks that should feature in audit plans, audit engagements, and things that audit should be looking out for. Auditors don't have to be forensic experts who can tackle complex fraud investigations. But if they do get involved, they have to make sure they have the right skills in place. Many organisations employ a separate fraud team or use external firms who specialise in this field of work. We'll repeat our original contention that the end format depends on the approach that is adopted. Your audit manual will guide you in this task. There are many other key roles in fighting fraud, including people such as the Chief Compliance Officer, HR Manager, and Purchasing Manager, who operate in high-risk parts of the business. Another major player is the Chief Information Security Officer, since one spin-off from fraud, as we've already mentioned, is the growing threat from cyber fraud. Fraud awareness means being proactive and understanding that people can behave badly, even though they've always appeared honest in the past. It also means people contacting a business and who sound like genuine customers may be part of a criminal scam. Business is based on trust, and it's a sad fact that the threat of fraud means you cannot assume everyone is trustworthy. Ongoing fraud risk reviews that are in the centre of our model are so important. As new frauds are invented and reinvented, new and improved controls that anticipate or quickly respond to these new threats must swing into action, while internal audit should be encouraging good fraud risk management. Internal auditing may be performed in many different ways, and an organisation will define its needs based on its strategies for navigating the risk landscape. The CAE is then charged with providing these services to professional auditing standards. The idea is that audit teams will contain different types of auditors who collectively discharge the audit function. The overall focus of internal auditing has remained the same for many years, as relating to the governance, risk and control processes, and whether they provide reliability and integrity of financial and operational information, effectiveness and efficiency of operations and programs, safeguarding of assets, and compliance with laws, regulations, policies, procedures and contracts. This wide variety doesn't mean there's no clear discipline of internal auditing work, as it's not merely common sense work that anyone can do. Much depends on the audit charter, which means this variety creates a richness and degree of flexibility in the type of audit work that's undertaken. Risk-based auditing is seen by some as the principal way in which the audit role should be discharged, as it necessarily involves evaluating systems of control to determine whether risks are being adequately controlled. Let's drill down into this idea of different types of audit services. Operational auditing is simply audits of various operational activities of an organisation, using a wide definition that incorporates financial systems, automated applications, support services, frontline operations, corporate mechanisms, business units, managerial processes, and all activities that make up an organisation. Such reviews could provide a problem-solving approach to managerial issues and concerns. Value for money can be a feature of operational reviews to help management in their efforts to deliver good value. This may be by isolating and addressing specific threats to operational efficiency and effectiveness. Alternatively, it may entail an ongoing search for improving the delivery of services in the area under review. As part of the background stage of an operational review, the auditor should look at performance measures used by management to identify areas of potential waste. Much material may be gathered where the auditor compiles their own key performance indicators to isolate potential poor performance. This may be carried out by either comparing similar operations, comparing one operation over defined time periods, considering variances between planned performance and the actual results, VFM reviews have been sensitive with the potential for organisations to shed staff as part of business reorganisations. Management may expect audit recommendations to include reductions in staff budgets. National studies are often carried out by government audit institutions that look for ways of securing better value for money from public services. Contract audit is based on the argument that all organisations enter into contracts of some sort. There are several fundamental issues relating to business contracts that can affect the sort of audit services that are provided. Let's start with capital contracts. The heyday of contract auditing developed after the Second World War, when new build and major capital investment meant that structures and developments were a regular feature of business life. Reconstruction works led to extensive expenditure, which had to be audited. The special skills required resulted in the employment of quantity surveyors, architects, designers, engineers and technicians in the Internal Audit Department. Large contract audit sections appeared to support this development. Nowadays, most organisations have moved away from an expansionist strategy, as major new developments are managed in a much more professional manner. In terms of revenue contracts, all large organisations enter into various revenue contracts as part of daily activities. These range from small contracts for the supply of stationery through to major ones for computing services that are a key part of support services. The aggregate spend on contracts may be material and deemed high risk, which means these types of audits may well appear in audit plans. The specialist contract auditor will want to review the corporate purchasing policies and related functions. Where local purchasing is the adopted model, there needs to be a firm framework of standards within which these spend decisions will be contained. This is also an area ripe for fraud and corruption, where there are inadequate systems of control. Now, for a note on compliance work, compliance has always been part of the audit context, since it's an issue for the internal auditor. And during risk-based assurance audits, an assessment will be made of the extent to which the business is adhering to laws, regulations, and control standards. Here we mention audit services where compliance is the main focus. There are many banks, financial services companies, large retail outfits and other organisations that are either highly regulated or consist of hundreds of branded branches, using the same basic operational and financial systems. The main worry from the board is that parts of the organisation have adopted a risk culture that is out of step with requirements, and the internal audit team may carry out compliance reviews as a way of tackling this high-level risk. Management is charged not only with establishing suitable procedures for controlling their resources, but also with ensuring that these procedures are complied with. As part of additional audit services, it's possible to undertake checks on compliance on behalf of management in key areas such as health and safety, financial regulations, data protection, cybersecurity arrangements, financial regulations, operational procedures, budgetary control, employee protection legislation, equal opportunities and data privacy. These issues impact the auditor's skills base and the way it is affected by contract arrangements that the organisation has undertaken. The Information Systems Auditor, the Financial Systems Auditor, the Fraud Investigator and Probity Auditor will each come across various major contracts during of audit work, which means it's no longer possible to leave contracts as the province of the specialist contract auditor. Internal auditing is first and foremost about reviewing risk management and systems of internal control. In this respect, audit resources should be directed at examining high-risk control issues across the organisation with a view to strengthening these systems of control. There may be an unfortunate expectation gap when one adopts what may be seen as a fixed stance based around the audit plan. As such, it's necessary to build into our plans a contingency element in terms of defined resources that allows us to perform ad hoc audit investigations in an attempt to meet these perceived needs. The work of internal audit must be carefully planned and managed so it covers the way the organisation exploits opportunities for ongoing business transformations. There may be a need to review the systems, standards, and the way systems are developed, maintained and supported. Risk analysis may be applied so that high-profile sensitive areas may be targeted. The way audit is organised and staffed should also be carefully planned, since there is a need to ensure relevant expertise is employed to deal with complex issues. While the trend for people to use many different ways of accessing the corporate networks and shared drives which can lead to errors, poor data and fraud, Most businesses strive to move towards more online business offerings. That means ensuring consumers aren't reluctant to risk their money through transactions over the internet. The sensible business response is to achieve a reputation for reliability and trustworthiness, and perhaps seek official recognition, and even some form of certification. With moves to set better IT standards and use much more encryption technology and measures to confront the risk of fraud and breach of access protocols, there are numerous reports of cyber attacks where companies have had to shut down their systems after being hit. At the same time, good businesses exploit their personal databases to ensure they are getting the right products, services to the right people. Not an easy balance. It may mean hoovering up great rafts of consumer data, while at the same time storing and using this same data with great care. Most organizations employ cyber threat assessment experts to help them strengthen their cybersecurity by anticipating threats and global attacks. But the quality of this intelligence is hard to assess, as international standards are only now starting to emerge. Most audit teams have an information systems audit lead who reports to the CAE, and there may be a need to use external specialist resources where technical IT skills are required for more complex information auditing work. The audit team must keep up with this growing threat. Data privacy is fast becoming one of the biggest boardroom risks, as big data creates both opportunities and challenges, which should be fully understood by the internal auditor. All developed countries will have a version of the UK's General Data Protection Act, which means anyone responsible for using personal data must make sure the information is used fairly, lawfully and transparently, used for specified, explicit purposes, used in a way that is adequate, relevant and limited to only what is necessary, accurate and, where necessary, kept up to date, kept for no longer than is necessary, handled in a way that ensures appropriate security, including protection against unlawful or unauthorized processing, access, loss, destruction or damage. Internal auditors are often asked to look into the murky waters to find out what's really happening in the business unit or activity being reviewed. The official management regime may well consist of formal reporting lines, the work plans in place, agreed performance targets for teams and staff, meetings, notices and guidance about the required procedures. In this world, there's a clear picture of how various risks should be handled, but the real picture may well be much more difficult to grasp, let alone audit. Deep under these murky waters may hide a whole array of weird and worrying cultural values such as paying lip service to official procedures, hidden agendas based on gaming performance indicators, settling old scores, friendship groups with inappropriate rules on things like whistleblowing, scapegoating colleagues, and prioritizing personal gain, along with macho cultures where scary risk-taking is admired. Looking below the waterline involves asking several questions in the area being audited. What's really happening in this team? How do people really feel about their jobs? Why are people failing to play by the rules? What nagging problems need to be addressed? What's stopping the right behaviour? What helps people respond to the risk landscape? It's about finding out whether working practices means real threats aren't kept at bay because of the way people behave and relate to each other. It's about doing a reality check on the type of risk culture in place. Non-verbal communication gives clues as to how each party to an interview really feels. We cannot say to a client that we have plenty of time to discuss issues while continually checking the time and tapping the desk with a pencil. Examples of non-verbal communication include general body movement and people who move around a lot are generally very busy or have nervous energy. Some people will move more when they become agitated and under pressure to make some form of decision, while others are more relaxed and give an air of command over the situation. There is not much that can be read into this, as a nervous person may generate much work, while a laid-back person may generate good control over a potentially chaotic situation. Medical conditions may mean the person cannot sit in one place for long or appears to be hesitant in physical movements. Overactive thyroid glands can lead to a heightened state of readiness that may make the person appear to be over-anxious or overactive. The main point is that one must allow for many imponderables and not arrive at value judgments based on the way a person's body responds to the environment. Physical position and posture, the way the chairs are arranged in an interview room, can impact on the proceedings and imply either a formal event or a less ceremonial atmosphere. Sometimes basic practical points come into play where there is no space for the client to lay out working papers, as this act is deemed to be the province of the auditor alone. One large chair behind a desk faced by a smaller one for the client can represent the social or working status of the two sides to the discussions. Leaving a third person physically to one side and removed from the main proceedings can indicate that this person has less to contribute and is so isolated. Leaning back indicates boredom, withdrawal, or an invitation to the other party to assume the initiative. It can also suggest that the person is in control and does not have to impose a greater physical presence on the proceedings. Leaning forward can be contrasted with this, as it implies attentiveness or some anxiety. Touching. This feature can be both positive and detrimental depending on how it is used. Firm handshakes tend to support a good working relationship, while a hand placed on the shoulder of someone sitting down can be patronizing or even intimidating. Different cultures make varying use of intimate gestures such as hugging or kissing the cheek. The best approach is to assume a least offensive position, which translates to minimal contact if in any doubt. Hand movement and facial expression. Gesticulating with the hands is one way of getting points across and is used in most cultures where hand actions coincide with what is being said. The hand along with the face give visual clues as to what is being said and the stress that is given to different parts of the presentation. Open hands tends to represent honesty and a drawing in, while chopping hands indicate a level of physical aggression that can be worrying if done excessively or at inappropriate moments. The auditor should watch for these clues, and the idea will be to probe areas that are obviously stressed as being of concern to the client. Eye contact. This can be used to develop a working relationship with the client. It is an oversimplification to suggest that people who cannot make eye contact have something to hide, as this ignores many other possibilities such as cultural bias and general tendencies to look elsewhere. The point about eye contact is more relevant to the auditor in reviewing their own behaviour. To this end, it's generally advisable to make regular eye contact with the client, as this does tend to convey a feeling of openness and sincerity. At the same time, excessive contact may be deemed intimidating, or, on the other hand, being excessively intimate, again posing a possible threat. Silences. This can be used as an effective tool during an interview. Most people dislike silence, as this creates a vacuum that they have no control over. It also focuses attention on the party that is most uncomfortable. Sometimes we may get more information on a sensitive issue by simply remaining silent, as the client gives guarded responses that are punctuated with constant pauses. Silences can be interpreted in many ways. They can imply that we are not satisfied with the answer and want it rephrased, or that the meeting is overheating and both sides need time to reposition. If the auditor says, "Tell me about your role," and then sits back in silence with pen and clipboard in hand, this may signal an important part of the interview where all is revealed. Further silences may be used to suggest that there is more to offer and encourage the client to go into greater detail. Silence also underpins listening skills, as one can only really take in material where the ears are in use and the mouth is closed. Where the words spoken do not match other signals, then the other party may not believe the representations and may be more willing to rely on the latter to guide them. Auditors need to check their own actions and also be sensitive to signals received from the client. This is particularly relevant where certain issues need to be probed more deeply by the auditor. By the same token, one should not attempt to manipulate the client through an obsessive study of body talk. There's a view that we need to inject some degree of conflict into our role as auditors, as this tends to support change programs in contrast to a cozy relationship where the status quo is maintained at all costs. Controlled aggression, annoyance, and the considered use of some emotion may be seen as part of the process of challenging management to take up and resolve significant risk. This approach can be used as a lead to getting things done. However, it can have obvious disadvantages as it is based mainly on quick judgments. Management's risk and control assessments relate to the way teams review their business to ensure risks are fully understood, and controls work to keep key risks in check as far as possible. While the auditor's job is to independently review the risk management process, including efforts by line management and their work teams to self-assess their current arrangements. Auditors are well versed in auditing activities to ensure they work well, while also advising management where appropriate. Operational teams, in contrast, sit within the core business reporting line, which means they will have an intimate knowledge of their business, but they may not be skilled in formally assessing their risks and making sure controls are sound. And when performing this task, will have little real objectivity. When comparing these two different roles, there will be a credibility gap between credibility in understanding the business context, constraints and systems, and credibility in objectively applying professional standards to reviewing these arrangements. One approach is for audit to consider the way management have carried out their reviews and drill down into their efforts before deciding how reliable they are. The ensuing audit can then bring a fresh eye to the in-place risk and control solutions by seeking reliable evidence regarding the effectiveness of the risk management process. In this way, audit's credibility results from its expertise in being able to professionally review any activity in any part of the organization. Let's continue this theme about delivering the right audit services that the client needs. It's possible to view all business as a series of systems that cover the operations, financial management, support services, client-based processes, associates, partnering arrangements, and so on. In the middle of our model, which illustrates a basic business system. For simplicity, we have broken the organization down into 3 types of elements. First, teams. Defined groups of people put together for the purpose of delivering a set objective. For example, an operational team working in production. Second, processes. Functions that run across an organization, such as a complaints procedure or a performance management system. And 3, projects. Temporary resources assigned to develop a new system or product. For example, a project for designing and implementing a new information application. For all parts of the organization, there will be set objectives, known risks, and a risk management strategy to address those risks. Hence, all such systems throughout the organization may be reviewed by internal audit. On the left of our model, the internal audit function will examine aspects of the system for managing risks that fall within the agreed upon terms of reference for the audit in question. Audit will ascertain the objectives and system to deliver these objectives, and evaluate whether the controls in place are able to handle the significant risks that get in the way of achieving these objectives. Testing will determine whether what should be happening is actually happening in practice, and provide evidence to support the audit opinion. The products from internal audit are assurances on the way risk is being managed, recommendations for improvement, where appropriate, and an objective validation of current practices adopted by management. Audit will also consider the feedback loop within the system and how management is able to measure the expected outcomes against the actual results so that the system may be adjusted to ensure improvement. All of this feeds into the statement on risk management and internal control and helps ensure the desired outcomes are achieved. Risk-based systems auditing is meant to provide an objective review of the systems and business process in hand. But here we have to issue a word of warning on just how much the internal auditor can achieve and where the limits lie. The audit process is removed and separate from the system being audited. Let's turn to the right of our model, management's own risk-assessed reviews of their business risk management process. Audit can stand back and review what management has done, or help them by objectively testing their assessments, and therefore provide a great deal of useful information on the reliability of risk management that's in place. This integrated approach seeks to coordinate audit involvement with the way management deal with risk and can act as a form of validation for senior management. It's also possible to bring client teams together to discuss the way they populate their risk register and develop audit fieldwork from concerns expressed by the team and observations by auditors as they review the current risk assessment arrangements in place. There are 2 important boxes towards the bottom of our model called reviewed and agreed. That is, the risk management process will have been objectively reviewed by internal audit and also agreed to by the people who actually operate the system, creating many benefits. By reviewing the critical control systems and wider risk management processes, the internal auditor can provide important assistance to organizational management. Most published risk management guidance makes it quite clear that internal audit should not be responsible for risk management, but this is not enough. Audit must be responsible for providing an input into the daunting task of getting good risk management in place. In essence, this is about evaluating and seeking to improve the risk management process, which includes work done by other review teams such as compliance and security teams. Evaluation enables the auditor to give formal assurances to management, and this involves the assessment of evidence that all is well, or not, depending on what's found during the review. The extent of internal audit's involvement will depend on the risk maturity of the organisation, and it's likely to vary over time. The decision with each audit can be carefully undertake a preliminary survey before ensuring the best approach is applied in the best manner to ensure good value from the use of professional audit resources. Managers may speak of audit books when describing the meticulous reports sent out by the audit team, full of what appears to be reams of endless facts and detailed test results and schedules. As well as using sharp executive summaries, the auditor may be able to deliver the occasional presentation to bring home key aspects of the audit, and in so doing save management much time and effort. Some more involved audits have a strategic implication in that they may lead to significant changes, while consulting engagements may be wide-ranging and call for a revamp of current working practices, or the merger of two separate services that have the potential to maximise on inherent synergy. An internal investigation may lead to criminal charges being brought against a manager for, say, accepting bribes from vendors, and may also result in major changes in the way contracts are negotiated and managed. Where there's a lot at stake and the implications cover different business teams, people need to be convinced that the proposed changes are worthwhile. For big change audits, a technique that complements the formal audit report is to perform an oral presentation to management teams and their key representatives. Presentations may also be applied for reports to the board or audit committee, particularly the annual and quarterly audit reports, where there are serious issues concerning the period in question. Formal presentations only work where there's a positive environment, with all sides having an interest in attending and contributing to the proceedings. They allow the auditor to explain the background to their work and findings, as well as linking ways forward to the wider enterprise risk management context and any disclosure reporting requirements. Oral presentations can go really well, or dive badly. It depends on the context, including things such as the relationship that has been established by audit, the quality of the audit work, and whether auditors are able to manage this forum with skill and insight. Auditors may need to practice their presentation skills and ensure they are confident and equipped to work in this way. Presentations of draft audit reports can be great successes that lift the profile of the audit function, or they may be total disasters. Let's consider 3 aspects of presenting audit work: dealing with personal worries, doing the preparation, conducting the presentation, taking each one in turn. 1. Dealing with personal worries. The starting place for would-be presenters is to determine where one is located on a scale of really nervous to quite relaxed in respect of doing presentations. In other words, an individual may enjoy and seek the task of performing presentations or, at the other extreme, want to avoid them altogether. In the middle fall those who will do them if pressed. Once your position has been identified, then the required level of personal development can be determined. To help reduce any excessive anxiety, here's a few pointers. Make sure you're comfortable with your material, so you've covered all essential points. We'll look at preparing for the event later on. Practice makes perfect, which means going through the motions with your audit team by practicing several things. Maintain eye contact with the audience, which is useful without fixing too long on any one individual. Tense and releasing muscle tension while breathing deeply to reduce anxiety. Try not to make nervous gestures like playing with keys. Move around slightly, but don't exaggerate this action. Standing very still and feeling tense means you might retreat into yourself and appear boring. Obviously know the subject well, with a good knowledge of the audit so you can refer to examples to illustrate points. Anticipate questions and ensure full answers are provided. Visualize your role as a presenter with the aim to get important messages across. It's not about you, it's about the message as an enthusiastic change agent improving policies and procedures. 2. Doing the preparation. Online events will be based around the screen, while face-to-face will have more depth. Some pointers. Notify the various parties in good time. Set a clear objective, for example, obtaining feedback for the draft audit reporting process. Organize brief handouts and online links, if required. Select a series of examples to illustrate specific points, using, say, on-screen charts and tables. Sort out the administrative arrangements for physical presentations like seating, security, coffee, biscuits, directions, and so on. Carefully consider the people involved and their level of technical competence. And finally, 3, conducting the presentation. Present the session covering introductions, work carried out, findings, conclusions, and next steps. Energize it so it's both interesting and enlightening, using visual aids and a way of recording feedback points received. Say on a dry whiteboard with a laser pointer to highlight specific items that are being spoken about, while staying away from death by slides and information overload. Where appropriate, use gentle humour on neutral subjects. Take questions and deal with issues raised. Forceful arguments can be simply noted or get another person to respond, or by asking whether others agree. Change can create its own set of new risks, and the onus falls on the auditor to explain why something is needed and how it fits into the current risk management and business strategy, then close by summarising what has happened before returning to the opening aims. It's probably best to use a checklist as a guide to prompt you through the presentation, so you can control the audience and move them along when a point has been fully dealt with. The audit position will be to advise and not instruct managers by focusing on the problem, its cause, the effect, and required changes. Presentations can be used to educate management in both the role of internal audit and the importance of effective control mechanisms. There's no point in convening a presentation where the relationship between internal audit and the client has broken down. The presentation then becomes point scoring with little constructive work possible. There is nothing to be gained from a presentation where the underlying audit hasn't been professionally done. Where findings are flawed, recommendations unworkable, or the auditor hasn't been objective, the work cannot be defended in a presentation. A risk-based systems approach considers the managerial arrangements for addressing risks to business objectives, while investigatory work, on the other hand, furnishes management with suggestions for dealing with known problems resulting from failings in the risk management processes. Each approach will have a different focus set firmly within our assurance and advisory roles. So long as we remember the 3 lines of defence guidance that makes clear there are functions that own and manage risks, functions that oversee risks, functions, that's internal audit, that provide independent assurances. Risk-based auditing may be seen by most as the best way forward in terms of the use of audit resources to review enterprise risk management. However, the types and range of audit services that are provided to the organisation should be defined in the audit charter. One way forward is to use our model of 4 different ranges of services which balance the concept of assurance and advisory work and the link to risk-based audit work and audit investigations. The client might wish to have internal audit investigate a series of ad hoc problems that they, as managers, may experience, while risk-based work seeks to promote good governance and sound risk-focused controls as a service to the entire organisation as a wider concept. The conflict arises whether problems referred to audit by management result from inadequacies in the risk management process. There's a danger that audit ends up propping up management by helping them deal with problems but not dealing with the underlying causes. A recipe for chaos management. The audit charter should make clear that advisory services are provided in addition to planned risk-based audit services. Formal definitions will be required, along with an explanation that makes clear the differences between these 2 main types of services. The approved audit plan is akin to a contract with the organisation, and each engagement should be delivered. Advisory work can be planned or response-based, and they are contracts with individual managers scattered throughout the organisation. They normally involve plugging gaps resulting from poor controls, or poor control compliance. There should be a degree of inbuilt flexibility in audit plans that means these plans are adjusted as a result of changing control priorities and emerging new risks. As such, management problems aren't simply ignored, and if these relate to poor controls, then audit plans should be adjusted so that current high-risk priorities are featured. In this situation, management's control concerns aren't deemed consultancy work and investigations, but simply mean a change in planned audit priorities. So long as the theme is based around improving controls in line with our control objectives, rather than have competing audit teams assigned to investigations or risk-based reviews, which may lead to some professional jealousy or even inconsistencies. It's possible to use a form of dynamic audit planning where every month plans are quickly adjusted to fit real-life priorities, so all audit work looks to fixing poor governance as new risks emerge into actual problems for the business. Changing monthly planning priorities can then be fed up to real-time adjustments to the quarterly and annual audit plan, so they're never out behind the field. Say an audit investigation into poor performance finds a massive breach of important control arrangements. This may mean the operation appears in audit plans as a newly defined high-risk area. This is in addition to the more involved thematic audit reviews that deal with ongoing wider issues that have a significant impact on the enterprise risk management process. It all goes back to a dynamic approach to audit work which fits the new age, where the speed of risk is so fast and global. Markets and stakeholder expectations can be unforgiving, meaning auditors should aim to do anything and everything to help make their organisation survive and succeed, while still adhering to global auditing standards. The Chief Audit Executives responsible for ensuring the internal audit function is properly resourced, and this means having the right people doing the right things in the right way at the right locations. Starting at the top of our model with the role and definition of audit in terms of what it's trying to achieve, while the audit strategy goes into some detail in defining how we're going to achieve the set goals. This enables audit management to set up a structure that means the strategy can work, bearing in mind the type of organisation and the way it is set up, with corporate offices, local sites and people who work from home, along with the use of associates, partnering businesses, and temporary staff who are used as and when required. We'll have to carry out an analysis of each post that has fallen vacant to determine what we want from the post holder. The process of setting the job description is one of considering the ensuing contract of employment that will be entered into by the incoming appointee, covering the key responsibilities of the post, an ensuing grade which sets out the type of person required, along with their essential attributes, qualifications and years and levels of experience. Not only will the final version provide a basis on which to select a suitable individual, but it also has the key role of forming the foundation for any performance appraisal scheme. We know what we want from our staff so we can work on the recruitment strategy. It's important to establish a formal selection panel for audit staff recruitment. This may consist of the chief auditor, an audit manager, and a human resources officer who review the completed applications to shortlist those they wish to interview. The audit manager will have managerial responsibility for the new appointee. Shortlisting should be carried out by the selection panel soon after the advertised closing date. Applications may pass through a variety of stages to be shortlisted so that a maximum manageable number should be decided beforehand. It is impracticable to interview dozens of people and then seek to select the best one, as this leads to an information overload for the selection panel. There's some debate as to whether personal references should be secured at this stage. The application form may ask for the name and address of, say, 2 referees. If references are taken up beforehand, this may well delay the entire process, and if they're nominated by the applicant, then they probably won't provide an independent appraisal of the person concerned. The only useful reference is a questionnaire that's sent direct to the HR department of the applicant's current or last employer. It's good practice to check professional qualifications, as it is not unheard of for these to be falsified. There can be many anomalies in application forms. A candidate may claim to be a member of a professional body, and it may be unclear whether this is by examination or experience. Any question marks over the reliability of personal data must be resolved when appointing auditors, and the CAE must adopt the view that we can never be too careful. It's better to interview a small number of candidates and have extended interviews in contrast to meeting large numbers of hopefuls for a short time each. The candidate may be asked to prepare a piece of work in a short exercise, which will be assessed along with their performance in the interview as part of the appointment process. In theory, the recruitment process should start with a resource review exercise that seeks to identify which resources will be required to support the current audit strategy and how they will be secured. This retains the link between recruitment and the wider audit strategy. The main part of the selection process has traditionally been the formal interview. Although this technique has been much criticised, it would appear to be the most convenient way of getting to know the candidate and making a reasoned assessment of their potential ability. In fact, we can make 2 levels of assessment in an interview, involving the understanding displayed by the candidate, and secondly, the way they handle an interview situation and communicate with the panel. The latter points related to the view that interviewing and interpersonal skills are an important attribute for the auditor. The interview format provides an opportunity to ask relevant questions and in this way test the candidate. It's important to ensure that each interviewee gets the same questions and that they are directly linked into the job specification so that various competencies can be tested. It must be said that the interview also gives clues as to whether the person will fit in with the audit team or may help wake up a complacent team. As a final point, the selection panel should ensure that there are no outstanding queries after the interview has been concluded. All relevant issues should be voiced even where they are sensitive. The assessment process must, as far as possible, be applied in a consistent fashion to all the interviewees. There is only one question that the panel should ask, and this must be, how far does this person meet the job specification? This must be the overriding factor. One interesting point is that a controversial candidate who has a great deal of initiative may create some conflict with the panel, but this isn't necessarily a bad thing. It is sometimes necessary to break the cosy world of internal auditing, where everyone agrees with each other, and think about bringing in some new ideas. A fresh appointment can promote this situation, so long as this newfound conflict can be managed by the CAE to provide a constructive debate to the overall benefit of the internal audit function. Selection is the next stage where a suitable appointee is selected to fill the vacant post. The criteria for selecting the right auditor should be clearly set in the minds of the panel members. A selection should only be made if the best candidate is appointable. If this is not the case, the post should be re-advertised, and the previous applicants should not be invited to reapply. If there is more than one person suitable for the job, one must then go through a process of elimination that allows the person who most closely meets the job specification to be chosen. A point-scoring format may be applied that, whilst not being wholly scientific, does impart a level of consistency for the process. An alternative approach is to free-float with open discussion of the key points so that a picture is painted rather than a point scale filled in. It's also possible to discuss each candidate in a way that sets each person off against the others, and so seek to eliminate them one by one until a choice is made by default. Whatever the approach, the CAE should ensure that there is a clear method through which such a selection may be made and that this is properly applied by the interview panel. The final point to note is that it isn't always possible to contain the process of gathering information on the candidate within a set framework. Even where standard questions have been designed, there will always be a level of discussion that may lead into other related areas. A good interviewee may, in practice, gently lead the panel into topics that they are happy to discuss that reflect well on them. Most auditors find it comfortable working with checklists and procedures, and this is how it should be. Once a selection has been made, it is a good idea to go through a formal checklist of matters that have to be dealt with before the appointee turns up for work. This checklist will cover important steps that must be taken, such as references, start dates, probationary periods, payroll, new starter routines, medical examinations, contracts of employment, induction training, security passes, facilities such as desks, working from home, and so on. At some stage, and this should ideally have been done at shortlisting, the information contained on application forms should be verified, including qualifications, past employment, and residential status. The formal contract of employment will have to be signed before the auditor is taken on. This may appear to be a formality at first sight, but in the event of a dispute can be very important. For audit staff, there are several special matters that should be incorporated into the contracts of employment. These provisions should cater for travelling and overnight stays, subsistence allowances, unsocial working hours, compliance with professional auditing standards, code of conduct, meeting time budgets, and so on. As a word of warning, it's not unheard of to review a selection of personnel files and find that some of them do not contain signed contracts of employment. Once the auditor's in post, there should be a suitable introduction process. This is a matter of acclimatising the newcomer into the audit department in terms of management's expectation of them. Both sides must be satisfied with the arrangements before they are finalised. If the requirements of the audit manual are made clear to the candidate between the time of selection and signing the contract of employment, they will have a chance to withdraw if not happy with the procedures that are applied in the particular internal audit department. Induction should be based around the audit manual, although one would also cover the wider organisation and any important policies that are in use. This induction could be on two levels. One may be a half-day consisting of general organisational matters on a one-to-one basis. A formal programme may be arranged for a batch of new auditors that may last several days and, as already mentioned, should consist of material taken from the audit manual. This may be presented by a senior audit manager. We now need to manage the performance of each and every auditor. Ongoing staff appraisals and important management control that audit would tend to recommend when undertaking an audit where staff performance is included in the terms of reference for the work. As such, one may argue that auditors should apply this technique to the management of the internal audit function. However, staff appraisal schemes can be positive motivators or complete demotivators depending on how they are designed and implemented. The theory of staff appraisals is based on telling people what is expected of them and then telling them how far they are achieving these standards as a way of motivating them. One approach to the formal appraisal process is to separate performance appraisal from procedures for dealing with unacceptable poor performance and particular problems. The latter would come into operation where there are obvious flaws in performance which cannot be addressed through traditional training and development support programs. In this way, we can distinguish between different management procedures for dealing with a variety of performance-related issues. Where the auditor breaches accepted routines, this may well be dealt with through the disciplinary procedure. Where the employee is often sick, the frequent sickness procedure comes into action, and poor performance is handled by special action that may result in dismissal of the auditor in question. In this way, the performance appraisal scheme can be operated in a positive mode at all times. Special staffing problems are handled by distinct and separate arrangements outside performance appraisal, where interventions can be directed at the auditor without waiting for or dependent on the performance appraisal program. In this way, these types of problems can be fast-tracked before they get out of hand. There's no way that auditors can be appraised without reference to a formal appraisal criterion. This would be based on the types of skills, abilities, and attributes required to discharge the audit role. The idea is to employ, train, develop, and improve each of these factors through a formal process of appraising each auditor's ability to achieve these standards. We can build on the work done, defining a job specification used to appoint audit staff. The same personal requirements may be applied to appraising the staff, along with a series of personal targets. Training is an important spin-off from performance appraisal, where positive steps that may be taken where performance isn't on par. Appraisal schemes also underpin career development programs that again may be used to direct the development of staff and ensure there is good progression so that good staff are retained and poor staff improved, and ensure training and development programs fit into the personal needs of each auditor. The fundamental basis of our model is to ensure audit objectives are translated into action that delivers a great internal audit function staffed by excellent and highly motivated people. We've developed a simple model to illustrate how the range of audit services can be related to the maturity of risk management that runs across different parts of an organisation, starting with the situation where poor risk management practices are occurring across and throughout many different parts of the organisation. When major risks run unchecked, the existing control routines often fail, which may lead to a whole load of avoidable risks materialising, resulting in regular outbreaks of fraud, waste, non-compliance, and generally speaking, poor results. Since managers are operating in crisis mode most of the time, as they try to resolve each of these problems as they arise, where there's a focus on improving controls through an effective risk management process, the organisation has much more chance of becoming risk smart, meaning it can become much more successful by being much less chaotic. If this doesn't happen, what we can call a risk-naive culture remains in place, and the cycle of poor decisions means the usual problems continue, denting the bottom line of the business and even leading to its collapse. The board may well have a number of expectations of their internal auditing service, covering things such as a check on remote locations, investigation into employee fraud and negligence, investigations into employees undermining data privacy, a continuous sweep of key financial systems, on-the-spot advice on management proposals, ad hoc investigations requested by managers or the board, checking progress on important projects and ventures, and so on. These demands can make it hard to focus on its primary role of reviewing high-risk activities and systems as a result of an agreed program of risk-based audits. The correct answer is for audit to help close the gap in controls caused by management's failure to establish sound controls, rather than chasing the results of control weaknesses in firefighting mode. The idea is that the audit service can respond to the level of maturity of risk management that's been established across different parts of the business to help improve things through its assurance and consulting services. At the right of our model, the audit service may be based more on advisory help and consulting projects to help management develop their risk culture and automated tools and digital networks as part of the audit consulting role through its various advisory services. The left-hand side of our model relates to the assurance role of internal audit, while also investigating where things have gone wrong. The internal auditor is one of those few teams whose professional standards say that they must be objective, independent, and work for and on behalf of the best interests of the organisation. The aim is to ensure audit's assurance and consulting services help create a successful risk-smart, transformational business that's able to deal with constant uncertainty that means adaptive change and resilience is now the norm. Let's explain our responsive risk and control evaluation model and each of its components. A. First, identify exactly what business area is being reviewed, normally based on the current audit plans. This may be a section, team, project, process, change program, local office, establishment, contract, business unit, or whatever's deemed to be a distinct auditable area. B. The next step is to find out where the business area stands on the corporate risks database in terms of relative risk in the organisation. This should have been done to form the basis of annual and quarterly audit plans. C. It may then be possible to assess the risk culture in the business area. COSO has assessment questions based around the control environment that can be used to judge whether the business area is on a sound footing in terms of having a risk and control culture that reflects the corporate position in a trustworthy and reliable manner. D. The next stage is to assess the extent to which risk and control assessment is understood and practiced in the business area, where there's a well-developed risk assessment procedure and a good appreciation by managers, supervisors, and staff generally. Then we can start to judge whether there is a fairly robust risk management process in place and reliable risk registers. E. This is simply isolating the agreed business objective of the area in question. Armed with the knowledge secured from the assessments A to E above, the audit approach may be determined. This may entail performing a standard audit, an audit review, where the risk culture and level of risk appreciation is such that it's not possible to rely on the risk management process. Where there's a good risk culture in place, but there is no formal arrangements for assessing risks, then a facilitated approach may be provided by the audit team to help the client get up to par in dealing with risks. Where both the risk culture promotes integrity, compliance and competence, and risk assessments are being properly applied, then audit may be able to simply validate the process already used by management and concentrate on the strength of key controls that have been deemed important in managing the more material risks. F. Risk to the achievement of business objectives are defined and updated to reflect current changes. For well-performing business areas, the risk assessment will be based more on the future strategy, since the current position is already successfully managed. G. Risk rating is simply the degree of materiality and likelihood that forms the basis for most risk assessment models. H. Control standards are mechanisms that may be applied to managing the business risks that have been isolated in G. The tasks, F to H, may be performed by the auditor as part of the normal audit approach. An examination of the current risk assessments already carried out by the client management using the validation audit approach. Or an online or face-to-face discussion between client staff convened by the auditor using the facilitated approach. I. This involves identifying the key controls in use. J. The evaluation and testing stages come next, where the key controls are considered in terms of whether they are sufficient to manage the risks to the accepted risk appetite and agreed control standards. K. Each risk assessment should be assigned to a risk or process owner so that it's clear where responsibility and accountabilities lie. L. This part of the responsive risk and control evaluation approach simply states that action required to manage risks is integrated within the current performance management arrangements. The way this is done is entirely up to the manager, so long as the key risks in question are dealt with in an efficient and effective manner, in line with the corporate risk policy and defined risk appetite. Where the auditor captures the above information in the flexible risk and control evaluation, this process can drive the audit so that ascertainment is about identifying the system and associated risks. Audit recommendations are based around findings from the evaluation and test results, and feature in the final column L as a basis for the agreed action plan. The audit report is then a representation of the flexible risk and control evaluation and describes the risks, how they are managed, and anything more that needs to be done to help ensure business objectives can be achieved. Where responsive risk and control evaluation has been performed by the client staff and facilitated by the auditor, it becomes a joint effort between audit and client, with some formal testing performed by the auditor. Where the responsive risk and control evaluation has already been recently performed by the client, the auditor validates the work, updates the evaluation, performs selective testing, and is then able to provide assurances on the adequacy of risk management and the underlying systems of internal control. The responsive risk and control evaluation process depends on all parts of the organisation embracing the risk management concept and using internal audit to assist this task with a mixture of assurance and consulting input depending on which approach best suits the business area in question. Which means the auditor recognises that some business areas can be relied on to self-assess their systems, and audit only needs to validate and check the arrangements in place. Helps facilitate those business areas that need to develop their risk assessment practices, and so assesses their progress at the same time. Reviews areas where there are obvious problems and makes recommendations to improve the risk culture and get sound risk management practices put in place. In this way, risk-based auditing may be performed in a way that's both flexible and dynamic, and makes sense to the client manager, board, and the audit committee. We're going to talk about the importance of internal controls and how this fits into the wider picture of helping an organisation succeed. We start with the basic risk management cycle with its impact and likelihood grid, which means we can then establish the sort of responses that can be adopted in view of the way risks have been assessed and prioritised. The aims and mission of the business defines the planned results that will be broadcast in line with the relevant regulations covering public disclosures. Meanwhile, the risk management process will need to mirror the way the risk landscape changes so that the corporate strategy and resulting business model is both agile and resilient. Managing risk includes making sure values, policies, plans, and procedures come together as an overall system of internal control. We argue that governance drives risk management, and internal controls are an important part of the way critical risks can be managed. Over and above the concept of good governance is the need to ensure the organisation's able to deal with fast-moving threats and opportunities and remain in control, which relies heavily on the transformational business model put in place by the board through their management teams. In this way, good governance is about essentially being in control of the organisation. An organisation succeeds by setting out their aims, isolating key risks, and then thinking about the type of control policies and procedures that can be used to help drive the speed and shape of the business. Much of what a business does to stay in control revolves around agreeing and implementing effective policies and procedures which depend on using dynamic control mechanisms. Broadly, the board through its management is responsible for the sustainability of the organisation and accountable for the organisation's actions, conduct, and performance to the owners, other stakeholders, regulators, and general public. The idea is to continuously design, redesign, and improve these controls to keep up with the ever-changing risk landscape. The primary objectives of the overall management control process are to achieve relevant, reliable, and credible financial and operating information, effective and efficient use of the organisation's resources, safeguarding of the organisation's assets, compliance with laws, regulations, ethical and business norms, and contracts. This wide-ranging view means controls consist of all those arrangements that help ensure objectives are achieved. And we can break them down into directive controls to ensure that there's a clear direction and drive towards achieving the stated objectives. These are positive arrangements to motivate people and give them a clear sense of direction and the ability to make good decisions. Detective controls These controls are designed to pick up transaction errors that have not been prevented. They cover controls such as supervisory review, internal checks, variance reporting, spot checks and reconciliations. Fire alarms are detective controls in that they will be activated in the event of a fire or release of smoke. Corrective controls. The final category of controls ensures that where problems are identified, they are properly dealt with. These include management action and follow-up procedures. Many feel that a heavy dependence on detective and corrective controls may suggest an imbalance where upfront direction and prevention haven't been adequately resourced. Let's run through some of the well-known attributes of good internal controls. Controls should be clearly defined and understood by all users. Where a procedure is not fully appreciated by staff, there will definitely be problems associated with compliance, which means they should be clear and promote consistency in the way they are applied by all staff. They should be simple to operate and make sense. So, for example, where two activities are segregated, the ensuing work should flow in a sensible way and not constitute a basic duplication of effort. They should be realistic and not too cumbersome. An office environment that relies heavily on telephone contact will stagnate if staff are asked to record loads of notes from each caller. They should be regularly reviewed and amended, particularly where the operation has changed or new risks have emerged. Managers should recognise new risks resulting from decisions regarding the way they organise and manage resources. There's little point devising a comprehensive series of office procedures that don't relate to matters that should be of concern to management. Devolved financial management and decentralised personnel management should all relate back to corporate standards. Controls shouldn't be dependent on a manager's interpretation, but should be part of accepted quality standards, although professional discretion should be built in where appropriate. Efforts should be made to monitor the extent to which the correct working practices are being applied in staff groups. Since poor compliance can be a major concern, the way procedures are used should be agreed by management and the teams who operate them. This is linked to the principle of delegation, whereby staff are able to act on behalf of management, but the resultant product is still the responsibility of the same managers, who have to sign off the work done. It would be wrong to suggest that any actions designed to strengthen controls in some way belongs to the auditors, as this creates a degree of distance between management and the internal control process. Some argue that the entire control concept is based on comparing what's happening with a set standard, set to ensure objectives are achieved, and that the organisation can be sure of doing the right things at the right time and right cost. Performance management systems aim to control the risk of poor performance and inefficiency. Setting performance standards and measuring the extent to which key performance indicators are being achieved means there'll be a much better chance of operational success. A control is worthwhile if the benefits outweigh the costs. Metal detectors at entrance points should only be used where there is a significant risk that undesirable and armed persons may seek to enter the facility, or that the fallout from such an event would be significant because of the nature of the facility, even if the event is unlikely to occur. While control theory recognises that there is no such thing as 100% certainty in most business operations, there are some risks that cannot be foreseen and which may have been assessed as unlikely but may still happen. An operational site may experience a power failure, and the backup power supply may crash at the exact same time. Controls are only as good as the people who operate them. An exception report which documents all transactions that fail to meet a standard criteria is only of use if the person who receives the report takes action to investigate and deal with possible problems. Inflexible controls slow down the business and fail to respond to changes in the risk profiles that affect an organisation. Where a local office has to get head office approval for bulk purchases, but local vendors are offering to sell off surplus stock, on a first-come basis, the slow approval system may mean special offers may not be taken advantage of. Controls should fit the culture and the way people work. In an empowered organisation, excessive supervisory checks may lead to a defensive workforce who mistrust their team leaders and leaders who in turn mistrust their staff. One control theory runs that there is a fundamental conflict between the three concepts of time, cost, and quality. It's difficult to maintain systems that are able to achieve all three criteria, and that risk and therefore relevant controls will be assessed having regard to whichever criteria is most important at this time. Finally, the growth of artificial intelligence provides an opportunity to incorporate many of these features of good controls into automated routines to help it grow and prosper while also protecting it from harm. And your role as the internal auditor is to review whether this is happening, which makes having a good understanding of risk-based internal controls a really good start. Risk management isn't only about having pockets of specialist expertise scattered throughout the organization in health and safety, security, compliance, project management, financial control, and so on. It should be something that's enterprise-wide, which means it's embedded across all parts of the entire organization and its associates. Moreover, it isn't just about applying defined techniques such as developing a detailed risk matrix. It covers a wide range of issues that make it more of an art than science, aimed at developing enterprise risk management driven by the board itself. The aim is to get risk assessments embedded into the way people work as a norm, with a good understanding of business risk that reflects the risk landscape facing their organization. And a sensible trade-off between control routines, the wider risk strategy, and the need to make fast-paced decisions. The risk cube is an attempt to align the risk management concept with the real world. The basic management cycle is driven by developing a sensible strategy to deliver the business mission that's implemented down and across all aspects of the activity, unit, or project, using a constant flow of performance reports and data to measure how well the strategy is doing, while appropriate interventions can be made as and when required to get to the right results. Keeping this entire process under review so that as business challenges change, this cycle flexes to ensure it's always dynamically focused. Some managers prepare their risk registers as a quarterly or annual exercise, as required by the corporate risk policy, that allows the senior management team to report that they have carried out their annual review of risks and controls. An alternative approach is where the term risk management disappears altogether, and the focus is on asking several questions whenever an intervention is required. What are the challenges? What are the priorities? What's going well and not so well? How do we best improve things? Effective landscape scanning needs to be in place to monitor rapid changes in the stakeholder expectations, digital advances, and regulatory pressures that impact on targets, conduct, and business systems. Our final component is the overall decision-making process, where people focus on the threats and opportunities thrown out by the changing pressures on the marketplace, based on a culture where significant risks are understood, assessed, and mitigated by asking the right questions and making the right decisions. The idea is to embed the concept of risk assessments, mitigations, and ensuring key controls are in place into the way decisions are made and implemented. So risk management simply becomes good management. In the end, it's less about preparing the team's risk matrices and more about developing a risk-smart thinking, where strategic interventions are made based around balancing the need to protect the business, while also taking carefully managed risks where appropriate. The good news is that internal audit can be of some assistance. When you turn up to scope an audit and realise that there's a poor level of awareness of the risk policy and how threats and opportunities should be assessed and managed, you may want to take a step back. Audit may be of more help where it can redirect its efforts to help the client make progress. There may also be an opportunity to encourage the client and their team to review the controls they rely on to ensure they're sharp enough to do a good job. Once a clear risk-based audit strategy is in place, audit management can turn their attention to the way resources are organised, which in turn will have an effect on the way audit services are delivered across the organisation. There are many different ways of structuring an audit function, and each solution will sit with the way the audit universe is defined again in response to the latest strategic direction. A discussion on how many staff need to be employed to support the audit mission will depend on the adopted audit strategy. Many outfits contract out all or much of the audit function to an external firm who deliver the audit plan and may also meet any unplanned demands on the audit service. Whatever the solution, there must be a sensible way of structuring the audit function. For example, decentralized audit departments may be best, where the audit universe consists of geographically isolated segments, when it may be advisable to place an audit team into each one. This segmentation may cover a region, country, or even a whole continent, where the differences in local customs are so great that one centralized audit function would be inappropriate. By contrast, one centralized audit department may be preferable where this isn't the case, in organizations that cover less areas or have large head offices, especially where fragmented audit teams may well dilute the power base of the CAE as stronger reporting lines are established when there is one large audit function. Whereas devolved operations, where a series of partners and agents and mobile workers are tied into a digital platform, may result in a focus on ensuring each part of the business is adhering to the set protocols. The audit function may be divided into service-based audit teams that provide specialized audit services such as digital systems, contracts, cyber, financial consultancy, investigatory, regularity compliance, transformation projects, risk-based assurance audits, and so on. The idea is to develop expertise in different types of audit services. Another approach is to split assurance and advisory services with a focus on ensuring independence for assurance work. One setback is the embarrassment when several auditors visit the same workplace on different types of audits. Client-based audit groups, on the other hand, means audit teams are responsible for their main clients who they provide a range of services for, as they will have a close working relationship with their clients. Mixed structures can be client and audit service-based approaches where the audit universe is allocated to groups that also provide some specialized services across a wide range of clients. A project-based approach allows auditors to form a multidisciplinary resource pool that's assigned to teams as a quick response-based service as soon as a planned audit needs to be resourced. This can be an excellent solution, but requires care, as each new team will have to hit the ground running. Project teaming involves fixed audit groups, but also selects individual auditors to form project teams for temporary assignments. Over and above this policy, auditors may be rotated between groups, say every 3 months, or have fixed-term attachments to specialized areas. External resources may be brought in to complement the existing staff, again for specific projects. This can be powerful, particularly where additional consultancy services are being provided. Consultancy-based models are similar to project-based, although auditors work separately rather than in teams. This flat structure can give a fast response time, as when a new engagement is signed off, an audit brief and budget is provided, and an auditor is sent out to return with a draft report completed within budgeted hours. In this way, each auditor constitutes a team controlling the engagement while the work is reviewed by audit management before publication as a draft. Traditional structures involve several tiers of auditors, with a range of different grades, each placed within defined audit groups, a mix of audit managers, principal auditors, senior auditors, audit assistants, and trainees. Traditional audit groups are more popular in larger audit outfits. The CAE may well want a mixed solution, whereby audit groups are departmentally based but also have an inbuilt specialism, such as cybersecurity. The team would consist of a senior auditor, or lead auditor, and one or more junior staff. The lead auditor would undertake the risk assessments, controls evaluation, and appraisals, while the others would tend to carry out the resultant audit tasks and programs. This is a great way of encouraging good mentors with a team spirit while valuable experience is gained by audit staff, working to sensible deadlines. Audit groups may be assigned to reviewing defined business units, while also being responsible for a specialized type of audit service, say internal investigations. This is made easier by relating the service to the business line, where this type of approach is most appropriate. The group would also be responsible for providing the service across departments. In practice, there's no one solution, although there are firm principles that should be applied, along with a need to obtain a degree of inbuilt flexibility on the basis that a flexible audit function is able to quickly respond to the changing risk landscape. Once the CAE has set an agreed structure for the audit function and defined procedures and standards for the performance of audit work, then one might argue that staff should be able to deliver quality audit services. The type of staff can be adjusted through the audit strategy, but can also depend on company recruitment policies. The fraud investigations team wouldn't be assigned to a department, as problems of this nature could occur anywhere in the organisation. The lead investigator may work alone and only use juniors for specific testing when required, which means the team concept can get lost, although each audit may be well delivered with the minimum costs with the focus retained by the assigned auditor. Using the traditional approach means each team can be given additional service roles such as contract and procurement management audits, compliance work, digital transformation projects, financial systems and final account systems data testing, fraud-related services such as cybersecurity awareness and forensic examinations, while ensuring auditors are able to gain experience in each of these fields. Whatever's the best way of setting out the audit shop, there's sometimes a need to bring in extra resources for urgent jobs, using a variety of different approaches which we can run through. Using existing audit staff means they will be reliable, but will not then be available to carry out planned audits. External specialists can be very expensive, so should only be for short-term tasks. Agency staff are helpful, but will need very tight directions mainly for simple but time-consuming tasks. Bringing someone in from elsewhere in the organisation for a hand-picked team is possible, although make sure their loyalties sit with the project. Extra resources can be employed on short-term contracts, but be careful if they are assigned to sensitive work. Letting client managers loan people from their establishment means an absence of independence that will have to be disclosed, and their work will have to be carefully reviewed. There can be a conflict between the traditional auditor and the new style of home working. That has to be managed. The conventional working model is based on audit teams assigned to one project that could take many weeks to complete. For one-person audits, some degree of team spirit may come from using the audit manager as a sounding board. Another approach is to hold regular group meetings, where each auditor can mention their project and any associated problems. Moreover, auditors can share their expertise, where, for example, the anti-fraud group may ask the contracts group for help in dealing with claims of procurement irregularities. It's generally better to employ a small number of experienced auditors and focus on providing assurances for high-risk areas throughout the organisation, along with important consulting projects, rather than a large army of junior audit checkers. The first line of defence in ensuring risks are properly managed is managers who promote the right sort of culture for business teams who work for their stakeholders and customers, along with getting the right balance between digital solutions and human interface. But this line of defence has to be effective. To help assess this, we can plot increasing levels of risk culture maturity. Let's start with risk naive, where there's little appreciation of the risks that could hit a business. The vast majority of corporate scandals result from cultures within the organisation that helped, allowed, or just didn't do enough to report their concerns. The Deepwater Horizon explosion on the offshore oil rig in 2010 killed 11 crewmen and caused the largest marine oil spill in history. Subsequent reports noted a culture of complacency despite published corporate safety messages. We come now to risk aware, where individual business units, line functions and departments will have slightly different risk cultures, but start to come together via the corporate risk policy with a common set of beliefs about the need to deal with new and emerging challenges. Risk takers is next, where the newfound belief in risk management leads to groupthink taking root, where nothing's challenged and risk takers are simply encouraged. Where people have too much faith in the risk management process, there may be a tendency to overestimate their competence and underestimate the difficulties. While new thinking means risk management responsibilities and accountabilities fall into place, promoting a really good risk-smart culture. It's possible to set criteria for levels of awareness and assess how people are developing risk-smart thinking by explaining the benefits, using regular staff surveys and targeted interviews. It doesn't matter how many strong messages are delivered by the top team. It's what people do at work that matters. It's how the key players behave. The thing that brings people together defines the heart of the organisation, and how reckless or how careful they are in dealing with constant dynamic change as the new normal. The risk-smart manager has to balance both risk-averse and risk-taking behaviour, where managers encourage innovation while at the same time have a duty to give guidance, direction and supervision when required. A business culture steeped in sensible risk-taking needs a high degree of role definition, sound emotional intelligence, and clear accountabilities. Each of these things will affect the approach the auditor takes when reviewing the risk management arrangement in place in the area being tackled. We can turn now to training, support, and facilitation to help teams get to grips with risks that they have to deal with, both now and in the near future. There are several possible benefits from promoting team-based risk assessment exercises that we can quickly skip through. It gets people together to discuss ways of improving their work area. It's based around team objectives, and so links the discussions into their actual aims and ambitions. It helps teams periodically update their risk registers. It encourages a shared understanding of risk and control issues and is therefore a good staff development tool. It supports the development of a sound system for managing risk. It promotes bottom-down communication through risk policies, upwards communication through the results of these events, and sideways communication through the discussions, and encourages some degree of consistency across the various teams, projects, and business units. It encourages better performance by ensuring significant risks to achieving goals are properly addressed. It encourages compliance with regulations that call for effective risk management and sound internal controls. It provides a way of gathering information to inform the board about the state of controls that manage key risks and that they've been reviewed by those at the front line. One way of organising these exercises is to argue there are 4 main categories of risk that may be subject to regular risk assessments, consisting of process, projects, preparedness, and people. Let's keep going. Process. Here the risk assessments are used to review typical controls found in business processes with a view to checking whether these controls are robust in tackling business risk and whether they're being complied with. All business processes that are being transformed to add more value to the organisation should be risk assessed. Projects. These exercises will be part of the standard risk assessment and preparation of risk registers that most project management methodologies recommend. Project risk will consist of a combination of the project going wrong and the outcome being poor, or late or over budget. Preparedness. The focus here is the type of risks that could impact the integrity of the corporate resource, that is, the buildings, the staff, the knowledge, digital online platform, and the various products or services. The context is the heightened awareness of threats such as accidents, sabotage, terrorism, cyber attacks, and natural disasters that could wipe out a corporate asset overnight. That calls for proper contingency arrangements and backup plans. People. Some meetings try to address people issues based on the view that the main driver for good risk management is a good risk culture. Here the issues and problems that affect the way the team behave at work and how they relate to each other in the pursuit of their objectives. Focusing on what can be called the type of risk culture in place, the idea is to isolate the relationship problems and solutions to encourage better performance. And in this way, focus on risks that impact the way processes, projects, preparedness, and people are being managed. This approach may be facilitated by a suitably trained auditor and the results captured on a reporting system that feeds into the overall information on the state of the organisation's system of internal control. The aim is to get team members closer to understanding how they handle the relevant policies and procedures they use when working together in achieving their goals. There's so much to be gained from getting teams to think about the risks that are out there and how they affect their work. Many managers, business associates, and work teams have turned to their auditor for help, as they realise auditors tend to have a deep understanding of control frameworks, risk assessments, and detailed control mechanisms. Audit involvement in facilitating these exercises is fine, so long as this doesn't slip into excessive amounts of decision-making that stops the auditor from being able to stand back and objectively review the risk management process. It is important for auditors to adopt the right approach when dealing with people at work. Transaction analysis is a well-known technique designed by the Canadian psychiatrist Eric Bernafort. It helps us understand relationships formed between different people from all parts of an organisation, from junior and more senior staff and associates to work teams, projects, and people from different parts of the organisation. These relationships can be seen as the sum of various interactions, or what we can call transactions, between these parties as they coordinate and relate to each other. The idea is that people swing between dealing with each other on various different levels. Paternalistic people are seen as wise and feel obliged to impart their knowledge. Children are taught to listen and do as they are told. However, the most efficient working model is where the adult communicates with another adult on a level where respecting each other and basing their exchange on fairness, logic, and reasoned argument is considered important. As an auditor, you can use this model to be alert to the dangers of slipping into either parent mode when you feel it necessary to preach to clients about effective risk management and sound controls, or even assume a child mode where you feel vulnerable when dealing with a senior manager or demanding client who feels they always know best. Being aware means trying to develop better working relationships based on staying with the adult mode of behaviour in each interaction, by focusing on communicating well and achieving shared goals during an audit. An auditor who breaches the code of conduct for professional behaviour may tarnish the reputation of the whole department. While clients may well recall a bad experience from a previous audit, which forms a negative perception that stays with them, there are several attributes of the professional internal auditor that can be observed to stay focused on the adult mode. Politeness, having regard to the need to respect people at whatever grade. Being positive by building constructive working relations with management and their staff. Sensitivity to management's needs, balanced with the desire to get the required information. Respect for confidentiality with an understanding of the damage that idle gossip can do. A team-based audit approach, working with and alongside management. A hard-working attitude with a constant mission to encourage managers to promote good risk management and rectify poor controls. And a desire to explain the role of audit and promote the audit service wherever possible. This means not playing games and seeing interactions as an opportunity to score points and exert control. The use of good emotional intelligence can help here, where all parties understand the way in which their emotions have to be controlled to ensure positive working relationships, which means being mature and not childish, without becoming patronising. In short, we can suggest that the three positions in our model can be noted as: the parent simply states the obvious and is always right. The child always wants their own way, while the adult takes a sensible approach to establishing aims, making valid points, listening to feedback, and considering the best way forward. As an aside, a person only resorts to accusations and name-calling when they have lost the argument. The sad news is that when dealing with a client, there may be an uncomfortable feeling that each is on a different side, and each party seems to be out of step with the other. A sense of mistrust may prevail, as if there's some kind of culture clashes, which comes to the fore in interviews between the auditor and the client, with each side viewing things in different ways. This is particularly pertinent for the opening meeting with the client and the wrap-up meeting to discuss the main audit findings. An interview can go badly wrong and ends in acrimony on both sides, despite all the preparation. But why is this? It can be very confusing to the new auditor, although such problems may possibly be explained by our three-agenda model. 1. The auditor's agenda. The auditor's agenda may cover several perspectives and a success assessment criteria that includes the need to look good, get cooperation, spread positive risk and control messages, prepare assurances on the adequacy of controls, get to the truth, and help the client make improvements. 2. The client's agenda. Meanwhile, the client may be more concerned with the need to decide whether to cooperate, avoid a bad audit report, ensure staff and work teams don't get inconvenienced or stressed, get rid of the auditor as soon as possible, look out for hidden messages, and assess whether the audit will be of any use or pose a threat. 3. The best agenda. One way of moving forward is to focus on what we can call the best agenda. Based on the reason auditors work with managers, that revolves more around many positive issues, such as the need to establish contact between the two parties, agree the work to be done, and timing, set a sensible terms of reference, deal with any foreseeable problems, improve the risk management and control system, and use the interview as a positive way of building bridges and improving the business. In this way, each side can work to a common set of goals, where the internal auditor understands these different agendas and the way they stem from different perspectives. It's possible to move the energy in the room or online to what we've called the best agenda, and use a few simple tools to underpin this move by accepting that there may well be different agendas, probing unspoken areas of concern and challenging inconsistencies, being honest about expectations, respecting private concerns held by both sides, being prepared to praise positive things that the client is doing, and above all, widening the areas of overlap between the differing agendas to get to the best and most positive agenda. The internal auditor will meet many different types of managers, supervisors, project leads and business teams during audit work. It helps to pinpoint how different managers have different views on the governance, risk and control agenda. This is a crucial point since they are the first line of defence and determine where and how policies and procedures are enacted. We can outline 3 different types of manager in response to this dilemma, and a criteria on the left against which to assess them. The monster, who sees management as a matter of enforcing rules, and the joker, who sees management as making life as enjoyable as possible for their staff. These 2 versions represent each side of 2 extremes, and a middle ground forms what can be seen as the best basis for a robust, reliable, and resilient risk management process. That is what we call the manager. The new look manager is based on devolving the risk assessment role to the frontline business, at least in terms of allowing them to be involved in reviewing their risks and controls. But it takes a certain kind of manager to work well in this environment, and a lot depends on the way managers are trained and developed to assume a modern approach to managing people and resources. Risk management in this context is partly about the way business risks are identified, assessed and managed, and partly about the way managers behave and whether this constitutes a major risk or a source of improving the risk culture at work. Some argue the manager is now more of a coach who guides their teams, while others are more concerned with the need to have a sense of discipline where policies such as anti-bullying or stringent health and safety rules need to be made clear and fully observed. Balancing these approaches is a fine art. One fear is where unfocused management make decisions in tackling risk in a reckless way that either compounds the risk or creates a whole set of new and more dangerous risks. The internal auditor should appreciate that risk management is primarily about the way people behave, and the line manager and senior management team consist of individuals who together have a major impact on the way controls are perceived and applied by their staff and agents. One drawback of the march towards formal risk management is that it can be done in a fairly regulated manner, which means some organisations play the risk game, where they pretend their risk management arrangements create a perfect entity where everything can be locked down and controlled. The reality is that all organisations have to work with uncertainty. Although there are different approaches to this task, inactive people are happy in their ignorance and rely on their instincts to keep up with fast-moving markets. Reactive people know there are big risks out there and focus on resilience, where a series of detailed backup plans swing into action whenever a problem breaks. While risk-astute people are more proactive, as they try to anticipate things and quickly reset controls so as to be best placed to handle an uncertain future. Being risk-astute is about having a good appreciation of sensible risk-taking based around realistic controls that meet the expectations of key stakeholders, all within an agreed framework of set tolerances of acceptable risk exposures that vary with each part of the business. In terms of 4 different V's, let's run through them. Values are the core principles that underpin the organisation and its reputation in the marketplace, possibly based around governance, social and environmental concerns. There may be a low risk tolerance with what is seen as pretty much non-negotiable. Value add. This is about the operational efficiency of the business model, where there may be a high tolerance for risk as managers are encouraged to explore innovative new ideas for transforming the business. Valuables. This is about the resources, assets, people and how they are protected, based on risk tolerances set by the board. Newer businesses may be driven by a fluid digital platform with few physical resources, other than a network of partners and large stores of personal information. Acceptable tolerances may be set by a percentage of acceptable losses. Valuation is how the organisation is presented to the outside world in its published accounts, based around its balance sheet value, which is seen as its main asset with set percentages for agreed losses in each period. This means different teams will have different risk appetites depending on their role and how they interface with the 4 V's criteria. Corporate risk appetite statements can be useful in helping investors match their profile with an organisation. But since risk is about uncertainty, nothing is guaranteed. While the risk policy will help staff understand several things, including what we mean by risk appetite, what stakeholders expect and how we communicate with them, how we embed this concept into the business, the risk position on the 4 V's, or related topics such as strategy, cyber, artificial intelligence, regulatory compliance, operational performance, and corporate reputation, how the enterprise risk management process works, and its impact on risk culture. These considerations will help clarify 4 things. 1. What it means to be too reckless. 2. what it means to be too timid. 3. What it means to be fair and play by the rules at work. And 4. How leaders can set an example. Most managers are busy planning work, solving problems, getting resources in place, and dealing with ad hoc issues that team members need sorting out. At the same time, they should contribute to the entity's published position on internal control, which means they need to regularly review their controls. Meanwhile, employees should talk to their managers about any concerns they have with the state of organizational controls and the behaviors of people employed by or associated with the organization. These arrangements will enable the senior management team to report that they've reviewed all significant controls over the business and have addressed the need to ensure effective risk management arrangements are in place. As evidenced in their risk registers, being risk astute is about having a good appreciation of relevant risks, enabling sensible risk-taking with suitable controls that fit the expectations of key stakeholders. Internal audit cannot be everywhere and do everything, which means business managers and their support and compliance teams need to consider the way in which corporate and operational controls are perceived and employed so that what should be happening is actually happening. There's no way internal auditors can be appraised without reference to a formal appraisal criteria, which should be based on the types of skills, abilities, and attributes required to discharge the audit role. These performance standards may cover things such as basic auditing skills that all auditors should possess, advanced auditing skills that should attach to more senior auditors, managerial skills for auditors with staff responsibilities, skills related to specialist areas such as information technology, cybersecurity, risk management, data analytics, finance, facilitation, artificial intelligence, legal compliance, specific business contexts, and so on. Other important skills and knowledge is required. More senior levels of audit management need different types of skills, involving big picture thinking and an ability to engage with very senior people across the organisation. The appraisal scheme should be about giving feedback and improving performance, rather than get mixed up with sanctioning problem staff or stepping into the murky world of staff reduction exercises. That is, it should be fair but also a source of challenge for the auditor, while getting people to work on their personal targets empowers and hopefully motivates them to grow. And regular progress reporting gives audit managers the chance to talk about their audit staff's career development plans. It can be part of deciding how auditors can sharpen their skills when performing audits and when implementing other aspects of personal development plans. Auditors bring to their work a whole range of skills that together comprise a unique package. The idea is to employ, train, develop, and continuously improve each member of staff through a formal process of appraising their ability to achieve these standards. In terms of motivational factors, any valid scheme should be geared directly into encouraging staff to gain a sense of direction and purpose, so performance targets become personal targets. Training needs should become clear from assessing past performance, so as to fill any gaps in the skills required to perform at the appropriate level. There is little point in identifying skills gaps without seeking to close them. Perceived weaknesses become a great way of directing positive training programs based on an auditor's potential to work at a more advanced level, by extrapolating past performance into projected new areas that can be explored. Each new audit should be seen as a chance to sharpen skills and develop new insights in terms of the career of each individual auditor, using past performance as a springboard. As audit managers, supervisors, and more junior staff can then rally round these plans. Where there are problems with past performance, counselling to uncover barriers to good performance can swing in as an important component of an appraisal scheme. There are a variety of methods that are used to assess performance. Fortunately, the internal audit arena, because of the nature of the work, provides a ready-made avenue through which auditors may be assessed. This is based on the audit review procedure, where audit work is considered by audit management before it's signed off. Here's 3 ways that auditors may have their performance assessed. 1. The audit review process. Here we can use a standardized document to allow the manager to comment on the way the auditor carried out a piece of work that can then be copied onto the auditor's personnel file. 2. A periodic review may be undertaken that deals with the auditor's performance, say, on a quarterly basis. Here one might simply take each item from the auditor's job specification along with special projects that have been assigned, and indicate the extent to which the required standards have been achieved. And 3, it's possible to set performance targets for each auditor based on the annual and quarterly plans. This will be based on completing defined audits, keeping within budgets, performing special tasks such as updating the audit manual, and achieving a percentage of chargeable to non-chargeable hours. How about a list of some performance targets for the entire audit team, where each member will need to make a sound contribution, extent to which the annual and quarterly plan has been achieved, the percentage of recoverable hours charged, time taken to respond to management requests for assistance, staff turnover, absenteeism rate, number of improvements to the audit manual, time taken by auditors to get access to audit management, level of managerial agreement to audit risk criteria, level of involvement of client in the audit terms of reference, number of recommendations agreed upon, level of justified complaints, level of staff grievances against management, time taken to issue audit reports after completion of the audit, level of suggestions from staff to audit management, level of compliance with the audit manual, regularity of group and departmental meetings, the percentage of staff with poor timekeeping, number of aborted audits, level of problems found during work reviews, extent to which audit objectives have been met, number of audits completed on time, number of auditors passing professional exams, number of audits delegated by the audit manager, level of draft reports requiring rewrites, extent to which developmental plans have been achieved, extent of audit automation, rate of production of audit products, currency of time monitoring information, currency of timesheets submitted and authorised, satisfaction from the clients, extent to which desks are kept clear, extent to which files hold all relevant information, time taken to find specific files, degree to which follow-up audits have agreed recommendations implemented, number of audit reports issued, amount of major alteration as a result of management review, level of recoverable hours to non-recoverable hours charged, extent to which work plan has been completed, positive comments from clients via satisfaction questionnaires, level of auditor absences from work, results of quality assurance internal and external assessments. There are many things that could go wrong with inappropriate performance appraisal schemes, which can demotivate audit teams. One way forward is to suggest that schemes should consider the following. They should be continuous and not periodical. They should be accepted by the vast majority of auditors. The audit managers should also be subject to appraisal, and this may be on the basis of the overall performance of their audit groups. A sensible training budget should be in place. Targets may cascade downwards to ensure that they are linked into organisational goals. Group targets should be designed to promote team working. Appraisal interviews should be carefully managed and used as a positive, open and confidential discussion. The scheme should result in at least a formal annual report. The underlying documentation to support the scheme should be standardised. The scheme should be directed towards professional auditing standards. The way the audit manager has operated the scheme should be reviewed by the CAE. In general, the more senior the job, the more demanding the targets. Any categories applied should be accompanied by a suitable narrative. Avoid using personality measures. If it's not seen as part of a career development program, then we return once more to the view that appraisals can have a demotivating effect on the auditor. It should be a two-sided agreement that seeks to assess the auditor and help personal development. Training, rotation, secondment, work assignments, staff assignment, special projects and so on are all valid techniques for developing staff based on their appraised needs. The key is to apply the right method to the right auditor for the right reasons. Training relies on selecting the right scheme to enhance much needed skills. While development is a wider concept that entails many different activities aimed at maximising potential, training and development may include things like rotation between audit groups, loans to other departments and organisations, assignment to increasingly more difficult projects, structured online research in specialist topics, exposure to more specialist areas of audit work, additional managerial responsibilities, special tasks such as audit manual, audit plans, digital strategy, conferences and online discussions groups, attendance at external forums, e.g. inter-organisational working groups, opportunities to deputise for a more senior auditor. The idea is to unleash the potential of each and every auditor based around their individual development programmes. development should incorporate a consideration of client relationships, both in terms of appraising the adequacy of existing skills and with a view to developing them wherever possible. An ability to appreciate the needs of clients and seeking to incorporate these into the audit work that's performed. Good interpersonal skills and an ability to communicate in an open and friendly fashion. An ability to work with all levels of management in tackling risk and control deficiencies. Lastly, we should note that there must be a mechanism for receiving and dealing with complaints from clients that's independent of the auditor being complained about. There is a great deal that the auditor needs to live up to maintain professional standards and meet growing client expectations. The CAE will need to rely on a process that helps manage the risk of poor performance and needs to ensure that this process works well and is embraced by the entire audit team. The internal audit strategy tells the organisation what it will get from its in-house audit team in terms of the required audit coverage, while proactive managers have a clear idea of what to expect from their audit shop. The in-house team should possess the skills, capability, and capacity to meet these expectations, and the chief auditor will need to assess whether this can be done without help. If not, the outsourcing question pops up. Although the overall responsibility for delivering a professional internal audit function, even where external resources are used, remains with the chief auditor. Many audit shops have turned towards a partnering arrangement, where they use aspects of expertise provided by external firms to fill the gap between the required audit services and what's currently available. Co-sourcing arrangements have various pros and cons as new skills and insights become available through the external partner. There can also be a degree of synergy and learning as the in-house staff work alongside the external support. Another major benefit is that the external player can be asked to provide additional resources as and when required, and when the project is completed, the extra costs are simply curtailed. The main drawback is getting into a situation where there's excessive dependency on the external partner and the in-house team become de-skilled. Moreover, outsiders may not have a good appreciation of the business and the business culture, which may create a learning curve when performing audit work, which is why quite a few internal audit strategies are based on retaining a fully resourced in-house capacity. Using extra support as and when needed, successful integration of the in-house and external resource has to be carefully managed. Although there are some audit teams which are fully outsourced, and the chief auditor is more or less the contract manager. For some smaller organisations, there may be no realistic alternative to buying in internal audit services from an external supplier. In this case, careful thought should be given to the specification of the contracted service and the way that the quality of the service is to be monitored. Without proper specification, monitoring and management, outsourcing internal audit may be a high-risk option. The quality assurance and improvement program becomes really important as part of the way the contract's monitored. A worrying scenario happens when the external partner uses a team of fairly junior staff to undertake low-level, high-volume audit work at attractively low rates. On the other hand, there are some very successful outsourced internal audits that have provided a value-added service and made auditing a cutting-edge profession. There are several things to consider when going to the market for competitive bids. Make a good business case for the contract. Be clear about the solution being offered by the firms and how they add value to the organisation's strategy. Engage with the firms early on when developing a specification that bidders can work with to encourage a good number of bids. Select people you can work with, so look at behavioural issues and whether they are convincing and engender mutual respect. As they get to know the business, don't get boxed in by the legal contract clarifications and measurements. There needs to be a balancing and some sharing of risk on both sides, rather than just relying on contract penalties. Don't miss the big picture in contract monitoring by looking only at outputs while missing the need to work as good business partners. Seek to get to co-working, in all respects without too many needless demarcations between client and contractor so that the relationship is balanced. Ensure all draft reports go to the chief auditor before sending them out to clients. Establish key performance indicators for the supplier and make them sensible and workable. Place a lot of reliance on post-audit customer questionnaires that go directly to the chief auditor. Focus on outcomes such as the implementation of recommendations and the value-add proposition. Make sure the coverage is risk-based in line with the corporate risk register. Think about access to expertise in areas such as HR, performance management, compliance work, awareness, artificial intelligence, e-business and cybersecurity that can be obtained at favourable rates from the provider. Find out where helping management perform risk assessments fits in and whether this can occur before an audit to focus the audit work. Define a clear shortlisting criteria covering such considerations as client references, relevant experience, size and structure of firm, technical capacity, professional conduct, and so on, and give weights to each criteria before each bidder is scored against them. Set values in the contract such as has the right set of objectives that meet corporate priorities. Know what customers want and need from the service. Be provided at best value for money and with maximum impact. Adds value to the organisation. Make reference to meeting the requirements of professional standards such as those issued by the IIA, due professional care requirements, and quality assurance models. Mention integration of audit process with the organisation's performance initiatives, risk management, digital transformation, anti-fraud measures, ad hoc demand-led work, communicating and consulting with users, regulators and the audit committee. Make specific demands such as that the supplier brings an appropriate mix of skills with continuity and stability of staff working on the contract, and innovations to the service, such as audit automation and data analytics. Make it clear that all files and working papers are to be handed over and retained permanently by the organisation. Mention audit approaches, including the use of AI and risk-based systems audits, and criteria for determining testing levels. Make sure remote sites and associate arrangements are fully covered by the audit remit. Refresh the contract periodically by retendering or at least rescoping the contract. Outsourcing, co-sourcing, and partnering are all feasible options for ensuring the audit resource works well to deliver quality services that fit the risk landscape of the organisation. There are many pros and cons, and as with all strategic decisions, the risks and available mitigations will need to feature in the way the best option is employed, managed, and kept fresh over the years. The agency theory means that the board have to report periodically to their shareholders, including a set of financial statements prepared by the directors and then published to shareholders and publicly filed so that it's also available to relevant stakeholders. External auditors perform a specialised role that's carried out by qualified accountants that involves examination of these financial statements to enable an opinion to be formed of whether the accounts show a true and fair view. In summary, the organisation's finance people prepare the accounts, the board signs them off, the external auditors review them, and they're then made available to all interested parties. The idea is quite simple, and this process has evolved over many years as the ownership of corporate bodies has become separated from those who actually oversee and run the business. External auditors are appointed by the shareholders on recommendations from the board and will review the financial accounts and underpinning accounting systems. Larger organisations will establish an audit committee, and in many cases, such as in quoted companies, this forum is required as part of the listing rules. The monitoring role of the audit committee is helped by the need to ensure at least one audit committee member has a degree of financial expertise. The audit committee will oversee the work of the external auditor, among other things, and will, in terms of the external auditing process, do the following: evaluate bids from firms of external auditors and make suitable recommendations. Monitor the external auditor's work. Check the reality behind the claim to be independence. In terms of independence, there are many provisions that have entered the statute books to try to stop past problems where auditors had an obvious conflict of interest that affected the veracity of their work. There are restrictions on what other non-audit services may be offered by an external auditor. The external auditor can perform some basic tax work and can provide services approved by the audit committee, such as assurance work and staff training and awareness seminars. There is no need to rotate the company's auditors at present, but the appointed firm is required to change reporting partner every 5 years. In the past, a promise of a company position for the external auditor also got in the way of perceived independence, so now there's a cooling off period for hiring former external audit staff by the client company. The generic term auditor is often used in a way that mixes the internal and external audit roles. Here's a simple diagram that has a go at setting the record straight. the external auditor seeks to provide an opinion on whether the accounts show a true and fair view, whereas internal audit forms an opinion on the adequacy and effectiveness of systems of risk management and internal control, many of which fall outside the main accounting systems. The three key elements of our model are: 1. Financial systems may be considered by the external auditor as a shortcut to verifying all the figures in the accounts to complete the audit process. The internal auditor may also cover these systems as part of the risk-based audit plan. 2. The overall risk management process is the main preoccupation of the internal auditor, who is concerned with the relevant arrangements and specific controls that are fundamental to dealing with key risks that impact the achievement of organizational objectives. 3. The final accounts are the main preoccupation of the external auditor, who is concerned that the information presented in the accounts presents a true and fair view of the financial affairs of the organization. It should be clear that the external audit role is removed from the much wider considerations of the internal auditor, both in terms of objectives and scope of work. The fact that there's some overlap that needs to be properly coordinated in respect of controls over the accounting arrangements must be set within the context of these major differences. External audit work should be properly coordinated with internal audit's efforts so there's no duplication. In our model, we've set several stages of interface that move from 1 through to 3 to reflect an increasingly greater degree of cooperation. Stage 1 consists of common courtesy, where annual plans are exchanged, which in fact involves 2 sub-levels where draft plans are given that can as a result be altered. This is in contrast to the less integrated stance where finalised plans only are provided. Closer cooperation results from adopting a more integrated approach to audit work, with meetings to discuss planning and the different methodologies that are applied, while also recognising the differences in objectives, scope and approach to work that will attach to each type of the 2 different auditing functions. So long as working methodologies are defined and publicised, then a basic appreciation of each other's approaches should lead to a good working relationship. The Chief Audit Executive will have to allow the external auditor access to internal audit files to assess the extent to which they can rely on internal auditors' work. Stage 3 involves a much deeper level of coordination, with some joint planning of work to ensure there's no excessive coverage of specific areas. Which is useful. Complete harmonisation isn't a sensible goal, since each function has a very different role. Joint training programs can be useful, although due to the different nature of the functions, they should be limited to general auditing applications relating to analysis, flowcharting, sampling, and the possible enhanced use of AI to deal with complex databases. It is possible to swap audit resources between the 2 teams when required. Say when external audit are asked to assist in running an analytical data sweep for an important project. It's also possible to exchange reports, although care must be taken with showing draft reports that haven't been finalised. In days gone by, internal audit was seen as a distant and less important cousin of the external auditor. Nowadays, not only are they equally proficient professionals, but internal auditing may be seen as having a much wider scope of work, which covers the governance, risk and controls arrangements for the entire organisation.
Now it's time for a fun exercise which is based loosely on the crossword format.
Hi, it's Kenneth here with a few final thoughts. As the internal auditor, you stand above the day-to-day business systems that deliver the goods. You also stand back from the senior decision makers who direct the way the business is being delivered. And you sound the alarm when these two forces are not being properly aligned. You do this even when these messages aren't welcome by those who aren't prepared to face up to this uncomfortable reality.